hearty good morning to one and all. I now call the February 2nd, 2023 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. For your planning purposes, we will be taking a 30-minute break at 11:30 a.m. I now ask our school board attorney to explain the rules for this work session. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Thank you, Ms. Thurr. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the rights for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it back to the clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call a speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules. Ms. Thurr.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. We will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Good morning, Superintendent Gullett.
Good morning, Vice Chair Thurr, members of the board. Happy February 2nd, Groundhog Day, right? I'm going to provide just a couple quick high-level items that are coming up this month because this is the first official meeting of the month. As you know, we are celebrating Black History Month in February. Next week, we are very privileged to celebrate our amazing counselors through National School Counseling Week. February is also Career and Technical Education Month, so we're celebrating all the pathways work we're doing to help our students. It's also National Future Farmers of America Month, and we celebrated the week of February 20th. And of course, this Saturday, we are excited to celebrate at the Golden Apple Gala with our Teachers of the Year. So thank you so much, and we can begin with the agenda.
Great, thank you very much. And we do have our board chair, Allison Campbell, participating via phone today. Okay, let's start with our first item, which is risk assessment, proposed internal audit plan. Ms. Boston-Ellis, good morning.
And if I may, Vice Chair Thurr, while Ms. Boston-Ellis is coming forward, as a reminder to the board members, this is a proposal for your consideration, risk assessment, based on which you will hear from our consultants, and it is the board's right to have an internal auditor, and so this review serves to help provide data, trends, and patterns to mitigate risk of the district. So invite Ms. Boston-Ellis to introduce them to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Good morning, Vice Chair Thurr, board members, Chair Campbell, Superintendent Gullett, Attorney Powers, and Mr. Greg Davis. As Dr. Gullett has stated, we have a presentation for you today. You may recall you voted and approved a contract with RSM, who is a corporation that is highly involved in audits and other consulting services. And today we have a presentation from RSM. Also want to remind you that you were interviewed, current board members at the time in November, and also our new board members. And based on that interview and other factors, they've developed what they consider a good internal audit plan for our district. They need your hearty feedback, and we appreciate them being here with us today. We have with us today Sarah Ewing, who is the Senior Director, Michelle Coppola, who is the Manager, and their staff member, Arthi Serkanti, and she promised not to hold it against me if I mispronounced her name. So I'll turn it over to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis.
Thank you for providing the chair today.
You bet. You're probably not the only one that will appreciate it.
Make sure this doesn't roll down. Okay. Sorry about that. All right, so I'm Clara Ewing. I'm a senior director in our consulting practice. With RSM, we are the 5th largest accounting firm. I'm on the consulting side of the house, so we also have audit and tax. When I introduced myself to you all, months ago, and most recently with the new board members, I focus 100% on local government, public sector, internal audit. School districts, counties, and cities, this is what I do day in and day out, and my team, this is what they do day in and day out as well. Internal audit, looking at processes, controls, how are we mitigating risk? So Florida school districts, there's a statutory requirement for school districts over a certain dollar threshold to have an internal audit function that reports to the board. So we all report to you. The first task on hand that we were asked to do was to put together a proposed internal audit plan. So what we did your top 10 high-risk areas of focus. We do a top 10 because it's probably going to take a few years to chip away at some of these processes, especially when it's a new function to you all, like Marion schools. And you're not alone from that perspective. So what you'll notice if you have seen, I know you got the report, if you've had a chance to look at it, you'll notice it's a lot of those core fundamental processes. And that was specific because you are a newer function. So it's best to come in and kind of look at those core fundamental things your first few years to make sure that your processes, your procedures are good. And this will kind of coincide too with, I believe, that the school district has an initiative to update procedures, et cetera. So this can be coincided part with that. You get audited in a lot of areas, right? You have your external auditors that focus on your financial statements. They're opining on your numbers. You have your auditor general, who also comes in every 3 years to look at your financial statements, and they also do operational audits. And now, internal auditors, we are here to help you mitigate risk with those processes. We like to consider ourselves the good auditors. You want us to be able to help you and identify where maybe you have some challenges and some opportunities for improvement. And we can provide those recommendations based off of what we've seen elsewhere with other school districts as well. So when we're putting together this top 10, the one thing I want to make sure that's important that is out there is these functions are inherently high risk. That means without controls, they are inherently high risk and may be included in the top 10, although their inclusion does not mean issues or concerns currently exist, but rather that they are high risk in nature of the function is such that a higher potential exists for issues to develop. So I just wanted to make sure I put that out there. We're not saying anything was wrong. We don't do testing as part of a risk assessment. It's discussions, it's what's going on in your environment, it's current events, et cetera. And those were all the things that we put into place when we were putting together the top 10. In the presentation, on this slide, the objective of the risk assessment is to develop the proposed internal audit plan to identify those areas determined as having a relatively high risk profile or otherwise require internal audit attention for various reasons. So all of these areas fall into that upper right-hand quadrant. Again, they are inherently high risk. That's why they follow into that quadrant. The proposed top 10 is online real-time because it's a living document. As factors change and situations arise, the proposed top 10 can and will change. For example, you'll notice in your top 10, there's a stimulus. 4 years ago, we probably wouldn't have had stimulus in your top 10, so just keep those factors into consideration. As you progress and go into each year, we'll be looking at the top 10 and kind of thinking, are there any current events, other things to be considered? But right now, I think this top 10, based on what we knew from a couple of months ago to now, this is a solid top 10. Next slide, there's various risk classifications that are taken into consideration whenever we're looking at this. You have compliance risk, you have external factors, financial, human resources, operations, reputation, strategic, and technology. Reputation/public perception is one of your largest risks, right? It doesn't matter your dollar value, it doesn't matter the lapse of controls. Things can get you in the paper pretty quickly because you are a public entity, a lot of transparency. An internal audit function is going to help you with that transparency. Just because you have audit reports down the line, it's not a bad thing. Again, observations aren't a bad thing. It can bring value and it can bring improvement to your processes. Any questions about the methodology before we jump into the top 10?
Board, any questions?
All right, so I'll start going through the top 10 on a high level perspective. We say they're not in particular order, but we're all accountants. We're a little bit of geeks sometimes with what we do. They're in alphabetical order.
We noticed.
All right, your first area is contract compliance. The reason why this is always high risk for any organization, whether you're public or private, is the decentralized aspect of contract compliance. So when we say contract compliance, we can use like our contract, for example. We take it from when the contract has been approved, and then we're taking it from there. You're receiving invoices. Are you receiving the goods and services that were agreed upon, contract terms, your insurance requirements, etc. The reason why it's high risk is because that is decentralized. Because once a contract has been executed, now it's up to your department or your school to manage that contract. So that really elevates it, and there's that decentralized nature. You just want to make sure you have the right procedures in place for people to be able to follow to mitigate the risk. And are they mitigating that risk? Coming back and doing testing to make sure that controls are actually being followed as intended. Any questions?
Board? Okay, thank you.
All right, next up, cybersecurity. A lot of our public sector organizations, they're doing their own, they can be doing their own testing or having others come in and test for specific things, etc. But we always say for cybersecurity, it's not about if, it's about when. Because this changes on a daily basis. With us, we have ethical hackers. They're able to come in from an internal and external perspective to be able to penetrate your system, to be able to see where there are vulnerabilities. Again, we're not saying that there's vulnerabilities currently. This is for any organization. You read about this in the paper all the time. This is one of two information technology related topics that are in the top 10. Should be important to note that results of these topics are confidential in nature according to Florida Sunshine. So results would be confidential and would not be out in the open because you don't want to give away the keys to your kingdom, right? Any questions on cybersecurity?
Board, to include our chair, Chair Campbell will unmute herself if she has questions. Okay, I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is data protection. This was actually, it was reported in your Auditor General's operational audit, February 21, about some user access privileges. This is something that we tend to try to make sure that we look at early on as well. We've seen this with other school districts too, having some vulnerabilities. So we agreed that this is, especially seeing it in your Auditor General report, that data protection needed to go on your top 10. And the objective would be to identify any areas of risk associated with the protection of sensitive data could cause harm to the district. Again, any results that we identify would be confidential in nature, according to Florida Sunshine. Any questions?
Questions? Okay. Good, thank you.
All right, maintenance services and work order process. It's a crucial component in keeping your school site safe, preventing costly damage through scheduled preventative maintenance, and maintaining compliance with state regulations. An internal audit of this area would include an assessment of the maintenance standard operating procedures to determine the effectiveness and cover many aspects of the maintenance work order system, including the work order processes and associated controls. Again, you do have a centralized function that looks at this, but we have just seen in the past with school districts in general, this is usually an area of focus where they need just a more best practices and making sure that they are mitigating the risk associated when it comes to your maintenance and your work order process. It's costly. It's a high expenditure item. This is why we like to include these on the audit plans early on as well. Any questions? Okay.
Great job of explaining as you go.
Oh, good. Thank you.
We're with you.
All right, property control. This is always a fun one for us. There's a lot of stuff in a lot of places throughout the district. You have a lot of sites, a lot of school sites, whether it's your departments, etc. Again, same similarity from the contract compliance perspective. It's very decentralized in nature. So you want to make sure that you have the right procedures in place for the departments and for the school sites to be able to follow. It's a lot of dollars coming in and out in order to be able to track these items. This type of, at first, typically this type of property control will focus more on those tangible items and not those items that are immediately expensed off because of the dollar value. So that's where the focus would be first from that perspective, looking at, how are your inventory accounts going? What do your write-offs look like at year end? And because that kind of coincides to, with the processes and procedures that are in place and where that ownership really lies, whether it's with a superintendent, whether it's with a department manager, et cetera.
Board, you okay? Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. We have had a lot of conversation on property control in the past. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have purchasing and procurement compliance. So this, I think, should be pretty self-explanatory as well. Purchasing is all the dollars going out the door. There's a lot of Florida statute that has to be followed as part of this process. So you want to make sure that those. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. This is why I can't multitask sometimes.
We have it on our laptop.
Okay,
Right.
I'm so sorry about that. Again, all those dollars going out the door. So this starts from when I am a department, I'm a school, I need to make a procurement, all the way through the contract execution. So how do they work with legal on contract terms? Are they following the right RFP, RFQ, bid process? If it's a preferred vendor, are they getting the right number of bids, et cetera? Making sure that you're getting value for your dollar and consistency with your contracts. All right, P cards. So P cards allow for autonomy and efficiency in procurement of goods and services necessary for business operations. They shield department and school leadership from lengthy approval processes when time is of the essence and allow for purchases to be made with unencumbered funds. Because purchases are reviewed and approved after the expenditure is made, P card is inherently high risk. Robust policies, procedures, and review processes are essential to detecting and preventing inappropriate purchases. You open the paper, you'll see this with a lot of organizations. A $20 purchase will get them in the paper. Could have been an inappropriate purchase. So we like to come in and, again, making sure that your procedures are good. You have your policy, making sure those procedures are good and really outline, what can be purchased with them, what cannot be purchased with them. Are you doing ongoing monitoring from a transactional perspective? There's simple ways that you can do 100% review of the transactions, looking for keywords, et cetera, to make sure that purchases are in line with how it's supposed to be intended to, the P cards are supposed to be intended to be used. The review, the approval, et cetera. All right. Next up, we have recruiting and onboarding. We've heard this for quite some time now with our school districts and their ability to be able to hire. You're not alone. I don't think any district is alone from this aspect. So what we like to do is come in and look at what is your timeline, what is your cycle for the ability to hire? Do you have maybe impediments in your process that may make it too lengthy? You could lose that candidate, etc. And even that onboarding process, is it a consistent onboarding process for ease and efficiency to get that person up and running in that position, which I know with the vacancies, etc., that are imperative to the district to be able to function. Again, I just want to keep reiterating throughout this, we don't believe that there's something wrong with the process. This is inherently high risk, especially for school districts these past years. Next up is stimulus funding. Like I said before, 4 years ago, we really didn't have any of this. We didn't have grants, etc., as part of this process. But when stimulus came out, what it did was it put additional responsibilities to your already lean organization and what they're having to do with grants. And there's a lot of stipulations around the ESSER and the stimulus funding and how things can be utilized. So you're getting audited on these expenditures, and are you following the right guidelines? So we come in, we're looking at the processes, see if they're good processes to make sure that you're catching these things before your auditor comes in, the AG, et cetera, or even your external auditors come in to catch these things. There's certain ways to procure, there's certain expenditure classifications that can be used, et cetera. Michelle she sits on the FSFOA meetings, with the Auditor General updates, and this was a big area that they were going over last time. So we're doing this we're doing this process at quite a number of our school districts right now. And last, but certainly not least, is timekeeping. Again, timekeeping, very decentralized in nature. You're not alone from the aspect of you have a very antiquated system, which that means you have some manual processes in place. Antiquated systems, decentralization, and manual processes increase that risk, along with it's more than half of your budget. Your payroll costs are more than half of your budget. So timekeeping, we're looking at the time being recorded, not payroll being processed. Is overtime being reviewed and approved? Are they taking leave when they're supposed to be taking leave? Are those approvals in there from that perspective? Is there segregation of duties? Do you have the same person approving time, entering time, etc.? Do you have the right person approving time? So if you have a supervisor that's approving time, but that person really doesn't report to that supervisor or work under that supervisor, why are they reviewing that time? They wouldn't have insight to know if this is valid time that's being spent. Again, you're not alone. We see this with a lot of school districts because you're limited in funding with your systems, et cetera. So we do see a lot of manual processes. So we want to make sure those key risks around timekeeping are being mitigated. So that was your top 10 from a very high level perspective. Again, I don't think any of these processes should be of a surprise. Again, these are really core fundamental processes, and they're on your first top 10 for a reason, because this is your first time having that function. Because this really gives insight, especially with some of these decentralized things to look at, that whether it's procurement is always a great audit, really able to see from a perspective of your tone at the top too. How are policies really being handled? How are people accepting of controls, etc.?
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. We really appreciate your straightforward and direct presentation. We'll open it up now to board members, whoever would like to go first.
I'll go. Ms. Boston Ellis, when you called, I think we're supposed to pick a top 3 focus. Is that our goal?
2 to 3?
2 to 3?
Sure. So there's a couple of ways that you can go about this. So we have you can pick a 2 to 3, but I know that you're limited with funding too, right? So looking at the funding that's that was allocated for your internal audit function through fiscal year 23. If I were to make a suggestion, I would suggest either cybersecurity or data protection along with maybe procurement. Those are typically good first projects. And we say that too because this is your first time having the function, so it's the first time that your staff is going to be audited. So the first audit is always key and imperative. So we always want to make sure, because the word's going to get around pretty quickly on how the audits go. Again, like I said in the beginning, we're the good auditors, so you want us to be able to work with the staff. We want them to be comfortable with us, so we can help them provide the value and the efficiencies, et cetera, of what we've seen elsewhere. So that would be, if you're asking RSM for our opinion, based on the funding that's still available, I would say either cybersecurity or data protection and procurement. So one of those IT processes and procurement.
Okay, when I spoke with Ms. Bosnellis, I kind of asked her, this is your house. What do you want most attention given to? And that's kind of what she shared as well. So, I guess my question would be, and maybe you're not the best person to answer this, but where is our bigger, if we were to be reflective on ourselves, where is our bigger hole or need? Is it in data protection or is it in cybersecurity, if we were to be most reflective?
From RSM's perspective, we could argue for either. Because again, these are your top 10. I can argue for any one of these. I can identify for any one of these.
Fair game.
So it's going to be for you all to decide from that perspective.
When you do an internal audit of a public school system historically, do you find more areas of growth in one versus the other? I'm just kind of wondering how we would pick one.
I have some ideas,
Okay.
but I'll wait. I figure we just, since our chair is participating via phone, I figure we would just go down the line, so we'll have Board Member Conrad next when you're done.
Sure, I'm done.
And then our chair, and then skip to Cummings.
My question comes, I'm a new board member, so several of these on our top 10 list have been addressed recently. And so I wonder, was that part at your timeline? So at what point did you conclude your investigation, in checking to what our top 10 items are and how did that correlate to improvements that we've made in our system recently, just trying to get where we are. If our updates have improved already, it's just not reflective in our list. Does that make sense?
So this top 10 is without controls. So we had heard about processes, they were going through their processes, looking at procedures, et cetera. So we did not, a risk assessment does not include review of those processes, procedures, and testing. So this is just an assessment, and if there's been improvement, this is always a great time to look at it too, to make sure. You have to let time pass too, if new changes are being made. It's a great time to look at it to make sure those changes are being implemented as intended.
Okay. And so what does that timeline look like? So we've made some changes in some of these, which are not what we're identifying, what we've identified as like our top 3. But if we've made or we're working to make improvements, say, in work order process is something we've recently talked about, and our recruitment. So we've recently made some improvements in those areas. At what point does our updated version get evaluated by you?
So it sounds like some of those areas it may be good to identify, given the time we're in February of 23, maybe those are potential for fiscal year 24.
Okay, so it'll be an annual. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Board Member Conrad. Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower, and thank you for the opportunity to share. Hopefully you all can hear me. I appreciate the presentation for sure, and also appreciate the recommendation for possibly going with an IT area as well as something in purchasing. Whenever I considered some of these others, not that they aren't valuable, in fact, some of them are possibly even more valuable than others. Most all of them are dealing specifically with money. When I look at P cards or timekeeping or work orders, even the capital assets and property, all of those are factors of how we are efficient and effective in what we're doing. And I think this is the first step for us to show the community and our own staff that there will start being a keener eye placed on all of these areas. Because I think just highlighting that we are aware is the first step in hopefully tightening and righting the ship. But I appreciate the thought on potentially procurement or P cards. Either one of those I could see as being something we definitely need to address. And obviously the IT cybersecurity, if that can even somehow be combined, and it's not necessarily combined, but because all of our data is out on the web, it is all accessible from a cybersecurity perspective. So those are my thoughts, board, and I'm certainly welcome to have additional dialogue if we come to a different resolution than those. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Campbell. Board Member Cummings.
Thank you for the presentation and for giving us this list of top 10s. I have personal preferences on this listing of as well, but I'm not the professional here. I'm not the one that's in the field, and I think that those three that we choose, or however many that we choose, should come from the superintendent. I think the superintendent's recommendations on what's most important for this district, those should go into place. So I rather defer and hear what she feels is most important to move this district to the next level. We can all have our own preferences, but we're not the ones that's out there in the field doing the work. So that's where I'm at with this.
Thank you, Board Member Cummings. Yes, Dr. Gullett, we certainly appreciate your input. You know, these our day-to-day operations, so very interested to hear your perspective.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. And Board Member Cummings, to your point, appreciate the request for feedback. This is a unique situation, and if you remember when I first came, I recommended having an internal auditor even before we met the threshold, because I think it's important for the board to have direct feedback from experts that do this work. I think that when I saw it from my perspective of operations, we're working on all of these. This is a very, again, from operations standpoint, appropriate list. And Board Member Conrad, as you mentioned earlier, we're already working on some of these and have been before the auditor ever came in. So that's good. We know we're on the right path. Hard for me to say. I would rather at this point, again, because this process is directly reporting to you as a board, stay out of this and not make any recommendations. I think it's a pure part of this process. It's unusual, but that is the intent of this, is that the consultants are able to provide direct information to you from their areas of expertise. So I'm going to abstain from making any recommendations so that we are very purposeful in staying out of this process.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett.
Do you have any and I'm happy to answer any questions if the board has any about my recommendation.
And Ms. Thurr, for what it's worth, that was going to be my exact advice as well. So that I concur completely with the superintendent in that, based on the roles and responsibilities as assigned by statute. I think that's most appropriate if the board is able to conduct the inquiry without, direct recommendation from any of staff or us.
Thank you, Attorney Powers, and thank you, Dr. Gullett, for your acknowledgement that these top 10 are all important and necessary for the board to be focused on and be well versed in. So having an organization, like yours to help us along with that through RSM is not only statutorily required, but also very helpful, especially to me, having been on the board for a while and being quite relieved at the actions that have been taken so far in terms of, well, I'll start with contract compliance and workflow and embedded data protection within our contracts. It seems to me like there's been a very keen eye on that and that we've come a long way, and it comes up a lot in our conversations. So that's one that's not on my list. I'll go with the ones that are on my list. And they are cybersecurity, because that will melt down our whole organization. You know, we have become so reliant on electronic communication and sharing that if something goes terribly wrong with that, it's a gigantic disruptor across the whole district. So that would be a big one for me. Stimulus funding is another one. We are used to dealing with large amounts of money, but this has been unprecedented amounts of money with unprecedented requirements and also very tight timelines. And so I want to ensure that our department that is in charge of these funding sources really has what they need and that they are very well supported, so that we don't even inadvertently make a mistake. So that's a big one for me. And then my third one is timekeeping. Whenever I hear about manual processes and antiquated systems, that catches my attention. We have purposely directed our funding towards students. However, there is a whole other aspect of our business services that also needs to be updated and be nimble to be able to take best care of our folks that are doing the big work in the trenches. Also, since payroll is half of our budget, I think it deserves a very keen eye as well. So those would be my top three: cybersecurity, stimulus funding, and timekeeping. I welcome feedback from the rest of the board.
I wanted to ask a clarifying question to Dr. Gullett. We recently had a vacancy for the director or executive director of IT, right? Would that position, has that position been filled?
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower, and Board Member James for the question. It is in process, so the name will be coming forward as a recommendation to the board.
I ask because if I just wonder if that vacancy and the time that there has been that vacancy, if that would impact the functionality of doing a deep dive into the systems. I believe it's important. Everyone has echoed that it's important to go into our data systems. Would that individual also be responsible for both cybersecurity and data protection under their umbrella?
I think they would be included, and if your question is related to whether the person would be in place, that you will see a board recommendation this month. So pending board approval and the employee reporting to work, I mean, someone would be in place by the time that began. But yes, it would be related.
I'm just certainly want to be most efficient when we start these processes with you. What does the timeline look like when we make decision today? When would you all start your work with us?
So if decision is made today, then we'll go through the scoping process. So we'll scope out the process and with the cost. I have to get with because we are the 5th largest firm, we do have those subject matter professionals, so getting with them on their timeline to be able to execute. So I can let Teresa know pretty quickly what our timeline looks like from that perspective, bringing in our IT professionals.
And in your experience, we've now had a gap of a director or is he a director or executive director? Director of that department for the better part of 2 months, right? I think. And yeah, okay. So a month it'll be closer to 2 months by the time we get it all done. Is there could that inhibit the functionality of y'all's work, being that we've been working towards filling that position?
I don't think it would inhibit the ability to be able to do the external or external penetration testing, because I believe based on our conversations, there is some internal processes that IT is doing, which is great. So hopefully those processes are still going, even though you don't have a director in place. again, hopefully your data protection processes are still in place, even though you don't have a director in place. But yes, turnover makes those areas even high risk.
Okay.
Higher risk, I should say.
Okay, and so it's about us, I guess, maybe deciding one or the other. I think because we've all mentioned it, but I don't know how to pick one or the other personally.
Go ahead.
Well, seeing that we can't get that type of I won't say interference, but that information from the superintendents and her team. And I look at this list, and there are a couple that are interrelated, which are kind of go hand in hand. So if I got to give you three, I'm going to look at the cybersecurity as the cybersecurity and the informational technology data protection. To me, that's one. I know you got them broke up, but they are so connected in protecting the data, as well as if our system is shut down, it's shut down. And so I would like that to be kind of, I guess, formulated, together, if it can be. And then my second one would be timekeeping, because we have to be fiscally responsible and making sure that we have the right processes in place for that. And then thirdly would be the recruiting and onboarding. We have to be able to get the people in the right places, in the right jobs as quickly as we can, but making sure that we've properly vetted them and done the things that we need to do, that we're getting the right people for the position. So those are my three.
Thank you, Board Member Cummings. Chair Campbell?
So thank you for the feedback, Board, on the ideas, and I appreciate Dr. Jane's comment of saying not sure how we're going to come to, the idea of what we're going to come to consensus on here. She didn't actually say that, but it was like, okay, I'm hearing multiple things from multiple board members that seem to be priorities for us all. The reason I have a question about Vice Chair Thoreau's recommendation about stimulus. And while that is a valuable focus area right now, in my opinion, the purpose of this audit is to see what we can improve and then continue to improve upon from there. And maybe I'm mistaken on how we need to consider this first year of the deep dive audit items. But if we were to do a deep dive on something that ultimately will only impact us for one more year, is that a good use of our time and resources? And that's a question I have, and I don't know the answer to that. So I'm not sure who could answer that for us, but is that a response that somebody could have?
Thank you, Chair Campbell. And Ms. Ewing, what might be your thoughts on that? Where I was coming from was, in addition to stimulus, we have a tremendous number of grant dollars flowing through all the time. And so to really be able to keep a good handle on that, and as well as the deadlines and ensuring that the money is being spent exactly the way it's outlined, seems to be important. But great point about the short window that we have for the actual stimulus funding. I just see that as a potential, because there is so much money flowing through and we have a fast timeline, and sometimes when you're trying to move fast.
All very valid topics and areas of concern. Michelle, do you want to talk a little bit about the Auditor General and what they spoke about with procurement? You want to come up here? Sure. This is Michelle Coppola. She's one of my managers.
Thank you.
Hello.
Morning, Ms. Coppola. Thank you.
Good morning. We were at the FSFOA conference this last November, and they did a roundtable discussion about the DOE audits that were being performed, and discussed all of the compliance requirements and basically the different types of findings that were being identified throughout all of the school districts in Florida. So it is something that the DOE and the AG are going to be very much looking at for all districts. So while it might be a shorter time frame than timekeeping, it is definitely on everyone's mind right now. And it will continue for a couple of years. It's not just going to be 1 year.
Thank you.
When I looked at these originally, stimulus funding was definitely something that I thought, and that and timekeeping were something that I thought was of importance, because I mean, we can't afford to pay back money we misused. We're not in a position to do that at all. And I would imagine if we did something wrong, we would be responsible for giving money back. Is that correct? Yes, I see head nods. So I know that we don't have extra millions of dollars if we, God forbid, did something wrong to give back. And so, this is a long game, is kind of what I'm gathering. This relationship is maybe intended to be something that we carry on for quite some time. And so, to Vice Chair Thrower's point, maybe it is worthwhile to do a deep dive into stimulus to make sure we're on the right track, and then we pick up timekeeping or something else at a next year conversation once we've ensured that we have the protocols in place to CYA, right? We want to make sure we don't have a lot of money to give back if we have done this wrong, because we're not in a position to do that. So I think I would agree that I still don't know which one of cybersecurity or protection to do. Can we combine them? Is that a thing?
Well, I'm thinking of the cost too. So there's a cost associated. They are distinct processes. When you look at it in the scope of what we look at it, they are distinct and as various areas of expertise. So yes, we can combine them. So what we can do is we can put together a statement of work if the request is for cybersecurity, data protection, and stimulus, and then Dr. Gillette will probably just have to come back to you about this is the cost of doing this and what the budget allocation is.
Ms. Boston Ellis, can you come forward?
Or can we afford that?
Let's go ahead and hear from Attorney Powers first.
Board, I would just ask a question of our presenter also as to some of these areas may have substantial overlap. Would that factor into our decision? For example, P cards. When you look into and research P cards, it's going to have overlap with stimulus spending and whether people are spending correctly from the right accounts. Procurement, obviously, whether people are using it as an end run around procurement. Contract compliance, whether it's used in place of a contract, as a supplement to a contract, or in addition to a contract, and even IT. So are there areas there where we would get more value for the time spent by focusing on one of these areas as opposed to others? I know you indicated you can make an argument for any of them, but since the board obviously we'd like to look at as many of those areas as possible, is there one which has sort of feelers in multiple areas that would be useful to look at from that perspective?
Great question. They all have very distinct scopes and risks associated with them. Some maybe do have some overlap. Let's take stimulus, for example, and some of the procurement requirements. So yes, we will be looking at procurement from a very focused perspective if we look at stimulus. So it's based around stimulus dollars and not some of those other components. So I don't want to give the false impression that, okay, we looked at stimulus and we did some purchasing testing, didn't identify anything, and that means that your purchasing process is good. So I don't want to give that false representation from that perspective.
I have a question. Say, just for the conversation, we decided to go with recruiting and onboarding, cybersecurity, and stimulus. And I'm just speaking from different bits that I've heard. how long will it take, in your experience, we obviously as a board want to be able to check things off, like, okay, we've worked on this and we're solid, we're up to date in our processes, feeling good about it. Now there's 7 more on the list. Can you describe just a little bit about the moving forward?
Right. So I think a school district of your size and the anticipated budget allocation that you're putting towards internal audit, you're looking at about 2 projects a year, being able to chip away at about 2.
Okay. All right, thank you. That makes a big difference to me because I'm also thinking about what keeps coming up as pinch points. And I do hear a lot about timekeeping, and that directs my mind right back to antiquated processes and manual processes. And I think that's something that jumps out at Chair Campbell as well when we were talking about streamlining work orders. We have made a lot of progress as a board and as a district in beginning to, update our operations. So where we're going to get the most bang for our buck is what we have to decide over the next couple of years. And safety is super important. I would like to think that, our cybersecurity is always ongoing and that the new person, when they're hired, is going to have some already pretty deep expertise into that. But that is ongoing because hackers never sleep, it appears. So I just am confident that going with cybersecurity is going to give us the return on investment and also that sense of security that our organization is not going to be disrupted. The stimulus funding, again, there's been a lot in the media about misuse of funds. Some of it may have been intentional, hopefully not, but again, moving that amount of money and having tight timelines, mistakes can happen. And so those, I think, again, I'll share that for the reasons I stated earlier, that cybersecurity, the stimulus funding, and timekeeping, at least for the next year or two, would be pretty important for this district to focus on. I thought about recruiting and onboarding, but we do have new staff there, and they have put a ton of things into place in a very short amount of time. They have expertise. They are rocking it. I don't have any reason to think that, they're not going full steam ahead. All departments are going full steam ahead. It's just that some of them have even extra burdens that came with pandemic dollars and things like that.
And if I could, I believe just because it's on the top 10, it doesn't mean that internal audit has to cover some of these areas. Recruiting and onboarding, for example, I believe the FSBA has done some work with some school districts from the recruiting process. So that could be something that you could look into as well.
Great, thank you.
I agree with you. I think, and if it's possible, maybe could we pick our top 2 with a third as an alternate if the budget so allows to do 3, we could have a third that we agree on now, so that if we find the reach of the dollars, we could do it. I'm smiling at Ms. Boston Ellis.
Yes, feel free to jump in, Ms. Boston Ellis. We need
and Vice Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I know that we're talking a lot about cybersecurity, and my question is, do we want to focus on cybersecurity or do we want to focus on information technology? And to Dr. James' point, we haven't had someone in that role. But if I were to think about being a new employee hired in a role like our Director of Information Systems and Information Technology and Cybersecurity, it would be a wonderful asset to already have this information completed. So I would have my task list of knowing what my top priorities should be in that department. So I understand we don't have someone there, but I'm curious to know if there's a reason why we would choose cybersecurity over information technology, or if there's a recommendation, one or the other.
Thank you, Chair Campbell. And just as a point of reference, we do know that we are going to be having a name brought forward to us relatively soon. So quite soon, actually the next board meeting, maybe?
Next board meeting of the one after this month.
Or the one after, okay. So that's our timeline for that. Dr. James, getting back to your question about the 2 and then maybe an alternate depending on our ability to pay for it. Let's start with that.
So, hello again. I think the point was brought up that this is a continual process. So it's not do or die for this year. I believe that our plan would be to continue to redirect. If you so choose that we need to increase the budget next year so that more audits can occur, then we will do that. But this is a function that will be with us until. So everything doesn't have to be decided today, right this moment, meaning I think I heard the phrase the most bang for the bucks, but this is an evaluation that will continue, not just this fiscal year, but next year, the following year, because it is a new process for us. If that helps you make a decision.
It's all helpful information. Thank you. And Ms. Ewing, looking back and realizing that it's two aspects, cybersecurity and data protection, that are your offered top 10. To Chair Campbell's question regarding information technology, was that your topic, Chair? And why not that one versus?
Yes, why cybersecurity over information technology? Because it seems as if information technology will actually bleed over into cybersecurity because so much of our information is on the web.
Thank you.
So from a cybersecurity perspective, they are going in and they're actually penetrating your system from an internal and external perspective. So they're looking at your phishing that you have in place. They're looking how employees react when they receive those types of things. They're looking at your vulnerabilities. And I am not a techie person. They're looking at the vulnerabilities within the various IP addresses and how they're able to be accessed. So the data protection, so that's very distinct from a cybersecurity perspective. Your data protection will be focused on that data protection, working with your IT function and how those risks are being mitigated around it. When you're talking about information technology as a whole, there are various other audits that we perform, like from an information technology general controls perspective. So that's giving you a look at your change management, et cetera, that falls under that umbrella, your user access, that falls under that umbrella as well. So there's a lot going on from an IT perspective. So there's very distinct areas of focus and scope associated with it, because you want to make sure that you're looking at the right areas and not looking at it too broad and too general in so many different directions as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing. Chair Campbell, does that answer your question?
It answers my question. It just makes me wonder, Board, if we want to focus on one more than the other. And since we do seem as if we're going to have one in the IT area, based on what she said, I think that my opinion would be actually the data protection side of it. While we certainly have cybersecurity threats of penetrating our network and all, protection of that data is, all of these are important. It's tough to, it's tough to actually say what's more important than another. So this isn't fair that we have to do this today, but because they're all important. But I would lean more towards the information technology and the data protection than the cybersecurity at this point.
Thank you, Chair Campbell. Board Member Conrad.
I also too am leaning towards data technology and protection, and also the stimulus funding. Those are my top two.
Okay. I could agree with that as well.
Okay, so stimulus and data protection. Board Member Cummings.
Data protection, definitely, and I'm still leaning towards the timekeeping as my second one. So.
Okay. I feel like what I'm hearing is that, especially in the area of IT, that very broad area of IT, we do have a new director coming in. I would like to know, as far as flexibility, depending on what that new director finds and feels needs to be an area of focus, it could easily shift over from a little bit from data protection over to cybersecurity. Is that is that something that happens in your experience?
It would be more based off of discussion, so we have a
Right.
distinct team that comes in to test.
Right.
But our IT director that looks at data protection, he will ask some of those probing questions.
Okay, all right. It sounds like that whole area is so broad, but yet things can happen very quickly and get very specific, that we can be fluid. I can certainly say that the data protection, if we're going from the titles of your top 10 list, that I'm fine with data protection because I know that we have the ability to be flexible, and especially with a new person coming on board. I'm also really concerned about timekeeping. You know, we hear a lot about that, and the stimulus. So perhaps if we can look at stimulus, data protection, timekeeping, that's 3. I believe we were counseled that 2 to 3, 2-3, so I'm going with the bigger number because they are all important. You know, it'd be great to be able to focus on all 10. Dr. James.
How much does one cost? What is the addition of adding the third?
They all have different costs associated with them. So what I can do is I can put a statement of work together for all 3 so you can see what the cost is associated with those.
Yep. Our board, is everyone in consensus to let's start with stimulus, data protection, and timekeeping?
Agreed.
Fine with that.
Yes, I agree.
Chair Campbell? Oh, sorry.
Yes, that will work. I'm excited for the next year when we'll be able to tackle procurement/P cards, because that's definitely a top priority for me. But I will go with the consensus of the board to say timekeeping is number 3 this year.
Great, thank you.
I would also like to know how much we allocated for this, how much is actually allocated.
So when you do your scope of work, it will come back to us how much funding is being allocated to these areas.
Yes. Yeah, it'll include the fees associated.
Absolutely. Okay, Dr. James?
I just think what Reverend Cummings is asking, how much have we line itemed to put towards this?
Right.
Ms. Boston-Ellis, do you know the answer to that?
The entire budget that was approved was $100,000. We have used some of that because of the interviewing and other work that they have done. But I think that's a good idea for you to make that decision based on the available funds. And if we need to add additional funds, we will do that.
Okay, so possibly when we get the scope of work, could we include how much extra we would have to allocate so that we can
Sure.
meet that?
Absolutely.
We also, how much we've already spent
Yes.
out of that 100,000 that
Yes.
was originally allocated, and what we would need to do something else.
And
We
also,
can
what kind-
provide that once we get the scope of work back from
Remember, Cummings?
Ms. Ewing.
and what kind of timeline are we looking at getting this back?
We can get the statement, give us a couple of weeks for the statement of work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. This is very important, and we want to make sure that we get it right and that we get going on the right foot. And always feel free to communicate back through. It's exciting to be starting this process with you. Thank you so much.
We're excited to be working with you all, and thank you for the dialogue today.
Thank you.
You bet. Is there any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is student discipline and mental health support, with Dr. Livingood, Ms. Del Nodal, and Ms. Amanda Steckman.
Vice Chair Thrower, if I may introduce this very dedicated team. Board, you probably are very aware that there's been a lot of collaboration between student discipline matters and mental health and wellness. I think that's a critical part of the work and how we, again, address, in a preventive manner, address student discipline, and provide support. So I just want to thank this team and their teams that they work so closely with, and all the work that's being done to address this very critical matter. So we'll start with Dr. Livingood. Thank you.
Thank you, and just for the sake of the schedule, this particular presentation, I expect we're going to have robust conversation. It's 24 slides. It is now 10:05, so I am going to think forward that we will likely be looking at our school staffing plan ratios for 23-24 after our lunch break, which begins at 11:30. So just so Ms. Morant and her team are aware that that will happen after lunch. Okay.
Okay.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Superintendent Dr. Gullett, our board chair, Mrs. Campbell, through our telephone access, Vice Chair, Mrs. Thrower, board members, Dr. James, Mrs. Conrad, and Reverend Cummings, Attorney Powers, and cannot forget Board Clerk, Mr. Davis. Thank you for giving us the time this morning to speak to you about student discipline and mental health. As Dr. Gullett said, we are committed to holding our students accountable for violations of the Code of Conduct, in addition to providing answers and support to the students for the why behind their what. We know that there's always a why. And so we are working collaboratively together with the mental health team. And I would like to show you today what we are going to share with you. We are going to provide you an overview of data trends from both departments. We're going to show you how these data trends have guided our own questions and the identifications for areas of need. I'm also going to let you know that we're going to show some appropriate interventions for both areas and some community resources that we have already begun to utilize with our students. And we're going to show that we are building the capacity of our school leaders to implement some of these proactive strategies so we can all have a deepened understanding of all of our available resources and to make sure we're putting the right resources with the right students and schools. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Carey Allday, but before I do, I would like to show you a graphic of a Circuit 5 data trends. And the reason I'm showing you this report shows, or this graphic shows you the youth that were arrested in Citrus, Hernando, Lake, Marion, and Sumter counties for 21-22. What I have done is I've highlighted the highest offenses. So you can see that we have the aggressive and some of the non-aggressive behaviors highlighted, and the felonies and the misdemeanors. The reason that we wanted to include this slide for you today is to show you that this overall issue that we are seeing in our communities is parallel to what we are seeing in our schools. And we know that these felonies that are taking place in our communities, and you can see it's the light blue area for those offenses, those are affecting our students because they are also being removed from our base schools. So we are looking more at, yes, the community or our own school resources, but we're looking at resources to put in the community because this is a big community concern as well. So I have Dr. Carey Allday. She is the coordinator for student discipline, and she's going to share some discipline data trends with you.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Allday.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. So the first thing I want to talk about is our discipline data trends. This is from this first semester of our school year. And what you're looking at is 3 different areas. One, which is fighting, which is 3 of our incident codes. And the other is drugs, which is 2 of our incident codes. And then other is all of the other incident codes that we have that have been violations against them for that first semester. As you can see, you can very much see our trends and our concerns that we're having. When we look at this, our drugs and our fighting really is a big concern for us. So we know that we need to look at ways to prevent those. Our next slide is our alternative placement by offense. And we took those largest offenses, which was the fighting, physical aggression, and the drugs, And this is just from the 21-22 and then the 22-23 school year so far. Our green line is from our Achieve 2026 and our goal that we will have less than that by the time we get to 2026. As you can see, the drugs is at 40% of our alternative placements, and the fighting is at 42%. We also wanted to look at expulsions.
Are they?
Yes.
Fighting is at 42%?
Oh, I'm sorry, I said it, yes. Oh, no, sorry, is at 18. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Okay.
So when we look at the expulsion, we're looking just by year. And again, that green line is our Achieve 2026 goal to be lower than there. So we have unfortunately hit that at this point, but you can see also our fighting and physical aggression is at 44% and our drugs is at 22%. These are our definitions. This is our definition for alternative placement. One thing that I do want to just note here is that we do have 3 different alternative placements. One is the Silver River Mentoring and Instruction. They also have an online as well that students can do, and then New Leaf Center, and then also Marion Virtual School. Also expulsion with services. We also have those same 3 locations that they can serve their expulsion. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Steckman to talk about mental health.
Excuse me, just a second. Dr. Alday, you may not have these numbers with you today, and if not, we can get them at another time. I would be very interested to know, and I know it fluctuates because of students coming back and all of that, hopefully, and doing much better. But I'd like to know our current enrollment snapshot of New Leaf and CERMI and Marion Virtual.
We can get those. I assume, Dr. Livingood, we can get those.
Okay,
later.
great.
Yeah, absolutely.
With
Thank
that, Ms. Alday, Dr. Alday, there are we have some regular gen ed kids in Marion Virtual, correct? But then we also have some kids that are in Marion Virtual in lieu of discipline, correct?
Correct.
I like to know that breakdown versus just what's in Marion Virtual.
Right, I thought that was implied, but yes.
Yes, absolutely.
That's an important distinction. Dr. James?
I had a question on slide 5. That was a tongue twister. Slide 5 as well. For the expulsions by offense, we've obviously met that threshold that we had set. Can you speak to where we were in February of last year? So obviously last year we just surpassed 120 number of infractions, but we are approaching 80 and we just hit the 100-day mark, which is just slightly over the 50% of the school year. So again, math is always hard, but I think we're trending to be higher than we were last year. Is that correct?
I mean, if I look at the data, then yes, I would say we would be trending in that direction. Do you want to?
Sure, I will speak to that. We had a change in our with our consequences for drugs. So let me explain why the numbers are higher this year than they were last year. Last year, we had students that had a drug offense. They were able to participate, some students were able to participate if they had transportation to come to a diversion program at our MTI campus. We removed that, and the reason we removed that is it was not equitable for all students. And so how the code of conduct read last year was if it was your first offense, you could come to drug diversion in lieu of being alternatively placed. But what we saw with our data are the students that did not have transportation or that lived too far were automatically being placed at alternative school. So we removed that. And Dr. Audit is going to share with you the work that we're doing right now with a hospital district to create our own diversion program, because we do recognize that we had more students this year in alternative placements because of drug offenses. But that is the difference, Dr. James, in the numbers from last year, this year, especially with our drug offenses.
That makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. As we partner with school discipline, our role within mental health is really to identify students early, provide intervention and support so we can have better outcomes, and really to keep our schools safe. So with that, the Mental Health Division is responsible for threat assessment, tracking, data tracking trends, and also training for our school teams. So this chart that you see before you is tracking our trends from the year 2020-2021 to this current school year, all looking at semester 1 data. And you'll see within that chart, the blue bars are our transient level threats. And when I say transient, what that means is that the school-based team has determined that there was no substance to that threat, that a threat assessment was completed, but they determined that there was no lasting intent of harm. And so we would anticipate that that would be the majority of our threat assessment outcomes. And you'll see that trend across the years. Moving forward, you'll see serious substantive level threats. Those are indicated in orange. And those types of threats are substantiated, meaning that there is lasting intent. But the threats are associated with hands, fist, feet. So they're more threats to fight, to cause harm in that way. And then finally, you'll see the gray boxes, and that indicates very serious substantive level threats. Those are higher level threats that include weapons, the use of weapons, or rape, or any other significant harm that would be caused to the target. So you'll see with those trends, they're pretty much consistent over time. I will point out that this school year, you'll notice for very serious substantive level threats, we are higher than we ever have been before. And this is not a surprise to our division. And the reason why is because we've had an effort to train school teams the first semester, more so than ever before, on the threat assessment protocol, ensuring that they are accurate with the types of assessment and outcomes that they're determining at the school level. So I'm not surprised by that, but I will say that it's probably more accurate and reflective of what's actually occurring. On this same school graph, you'll notice that I have a different set of data, and that's indicated with the lines. And so the first line I'll bring your attention to is our assault battery arrest. This is within Marion County community. The reason why we included the arrest charges along with what we're seeing in regards to threat assessment at the schools is, again, that conversation of it's a trend that we're seeing not only within the school system, but also the community as well. So assault battery charges would fall in line with our serious substantive level threats, those threats of harm with fighting, hands, fist, or feet. And then also the red line, the weapon, firearms, those would trend along with our very serious substantive level threats. Any questions about that graph?
Board? Chair Campbell? Okay, thank you.
And so with that, we have our school-based multidisciplinary teams. They serve two purposes, one being the threat assessment team to determine level of threats, but also the team that identifies students in need of further support and intervention. And what we call that is threat management. It's not just who poses a threat to our schools, but also what are we going to do about it now that we know this information? So what supports can we put in place to maybe teach skills for those students so we can have better outcomes? So you'll see, again, the trend data across years, starting with the 2019-2020 school year, we have steadily had an increase in the number of multidisciplinary team referrals. And what that means is our school teams are getting better at identifying these students that need those supports and putting those supports in place. So that is extremely encouraging as we continue to track that data, that our school teams are effective in identifying those students.
Thank you, Ms. Steckman. I do have a quick comment on that. And I want to thank everyone that is involved in this for taking the bull by the horns and being proactive. You know, all of the data shows that kids that are going to do harm are typically very well known before a tragedy ever happens. So while this increase is sad in some ways but those kids were already out there, I think is my point. We're just beginning to do a better job of identifying them and hopefully supporting them sooner so that everyone can be safer and they can get the help they need.
Yes, absolutely. And that is definitely our goal. That is our intent for these teams. All right, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Alday.
Okay, so now we want to talk about what are we doing? We have this data and what are we doing? So there is an MTSS behavior approach similar to our academics. And so we are, one of the things we're really trying to do is increase our Tier 1 behavior plans so that we can assist with behavior prevention. So this first slide here is about a Tier 1 school-wide professional learning session. This was, at this featured school, our student discipline program specialist worked closely with the dean and the principal to implement a plan within the school. It involved the teachers and the staff to come up with this plan together. They did a professional learning session with the staff, and the school saw immediate results in their classroom discipline referrals. So we were looking at our level 1s and our level 2 discipline issues. And I have to share with you, the assistant principal, a few weeks later, emailed us and said, "Thank you so much for your help. We are definitely seeing a difference as a result. The common language is powerful and effective." So that, working with the schools and we're really working on their Tier 1 behavior plan is a priority with our department.
Dr. Alday?
Yes.
Thank you. It looks like here on slide 12, in terms of common language, that this particular school is implementing the big 3. I see the do what's right. Is that?
Yes. So this is similar to that. They came up with their own 3 that they wanted to as a school, as all of the teachers and the staff voted on that. So it was their plan, not us coming in and giving them their plan.
Thank you.
Yes. So our next step was to also work in conjunction with the Exceptional Student Education Department as well as Mental Health and Wellness during our student service manager meetings that we have monthly. It was very important to me that it was more of a professional learning opportunity for them so that we could grow them so they in turn could go back and grow their staff. So we were working collaboratively with the other 2 departments to address the ESE students and their needs, giving a hands-on experience. Mental Health and Wellness did with our Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions so that our student service managers knew what we had to offer for students who may need more behavior support. And we did coaching so that we're teaching our student service managers how to coach and how to help classroom teachers and next month even bus drivers to support them with behaviors that they're seeing in their classroom or on the bus. And then, of course, we have one session where we're updating them on procedures and things that are coming out of the state. We received a lot of wonderful feedback from our meeting we had last week as well, where they were calling us or thanking us for their professional learning. So we were very happy about that, and even happier about the collaborative, the collaboration we're doing with the other 2 departments. Our other thing that we are very passionate about and have started working on is our community outreach. We can't, as a department, can't do this alone, and we need to educate our parents so that they can help with their children and making them aware of what's out there. So we attended our parent partnership and plan on attending the others to talk to parents about the drugs we're seeing in the schools, and then also talking to them about the fighting and teaching them some conflict resolution, things that they can then go and help their students or their children with. The other thing that we're really doing and getting out there is the consequences that are in our student code of conduct, because when the parents come to see me, they are saying, I had no idea. And a lot of parents say, I never thought my child would. So we're really having those conversations. Have this conversation with your child because they might. So that's one of our passions. The other is we are working with the hospital district to work on a more equitable diversion plan so that we can help students through their process when they have or before they have tried vaping or tobacco. FANS, our Food and Nutrition in Schools, is also doing a lot of education at our schools on vaping and the tobacco use as well. So these are some of the ways that we are hoping to combat some of the and prevent some of the discipline issues that we're seeing in the schools. Do you have any questions?
Dr. Alday, when you're conversing with these parents about the code of conduct, have you seen any patterns, or has it been shared with you things that would be better that we can do in our schools to better get the message out early on about the expected behaviors and appropriate consequences? I just find after coming out of the classroom, that beginning of the school year, you have so much information that you're putting out, and I'm afraid that we're not doing a good job getting that message out to our students and their families. You know, they read it, they sign the front page, and they turn it in, but they don't really read it all. Do you have any suggestions about how we can better meet the needs of getting that information out more efficiently?
That is definitely a concern and something that is on our to-do list in ways of really making it known, because I think you're right. A lot of times parents, we may know there's a code of conduct out there, but to really know and understand it is different. We are working, and that's part of our community outreach, to get out there into community areas to talk about this. I've talked to a few parents who have had unfortunate circumstances where their child has received an alternative placement or an expulsion with those same comments. I had no idea. I had no idea first of all, my child would do this, and I had no idea that these were the consequences. And so I'm really having a lot of conversations with parents. I just spoke to one the other day who was more than willing to say, I can get you into places, so I would love to help you. So it's really reaching out and getting into those communities as well, to really kind of tell them what our process is and what those consequences might be for their children. But more importantly, what's out there, because they may not know what those drugs are or what they look like. This is all new from what we're seeing, and so getting out there and getting into those communities. So I've reached out both for that fighting aspect of parents and as well as the drugs. So
Okay, one question, and this may be way out of line. I'm just asking, as teachers, we go through online training. We go through slides and videos and all of those things. I don't know if that's something we could do with the code of conduct for our students to go through, if that was something they would have to participate, where it would be visual and interactive so that every student participated on an appropriate level, just to get that message through and make sure that that they've seen every portion of the student code of conduct. So that's just an idea that I've been thinking about it, thinking about the fourth graders I work with, and how can we get that information so that they really absorb it. I'm specifically thinking about particularly vaping, and they don't seem to understand the consequences that come with that. Another question I had is, there's been a big push for mentoring in our schools, and if there is a chance or an opportunity for this information that you're sharing at schools to be shared with our mentoring groups, because as I go into a classroom or working one-on-one with a student, I don't know the things that you're talking about, and I'd love to have access and how to help the student I'm working with be prepared on how to handle things that may arise. So if that's something that's available down the road, I think it would be beneficial.
I love that idea, and we certainly can work on that. both of them. And it's, you have to be very careful because you don't want to give, when you're talking about, giving this information to kids, you also don't want to expose them to something that
Very true.
And so it's a, very thin line to follow, and it's very tough. But I love the mentoring groups, and I think that is a great idea, so.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Conrad. Dr. James.
I just wanted to offer a suggestion, I guess. At the secondary level, we do go through the code of conduct like you're speaking about. We have slides and we do a certain amount each period, and that's kind of how we do it at the in my experience, we did it at secondary level. I want to offer, would there be an opportunity to maybe pick the top 5 offenses at each level and then itemize what those consequences are as part of our discipline progression plan to send home to families so that they can see, in the elementary level, when you make this offense, this will be the consequences as part of our progression plan. And then, we have those things that are the big 3 or the big 5, and they're non-negotiables, and we indicate what those consequences are. And maybe we highlight it in just a very quick 1-pager, kind of like a fast facts, maybe not something we send out, or maybe we do, I don't know. But I think that we have very, very much so repeated offenses. We have ones that our discipline offices are using every single day. And so if we included those with what that progression plan looks like, yes, maybe you didn't read the whole code of conduct, but we did give you a single-page fast facts that shows exactly what those consequences are for these big offenses. And so I know as a parent myself, I probably don't have the time to sit and read the whole code of conduct, but I could read a 1-pager that is going to highlight the big things.
Absolutely. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you, Dr. James. Chair Campbell, are you good or?
I'm good. I'm just following along. There's lots of information here.
There sure is. Board Member Cummings, you good so far? Okay, thank you. And yes, I had actually written down, Dr. Alday, top 3. What are we going to focus on, kind of in line with where you were going, Dr. James? We just sat here in a previous presentation and came up with our top 3, which was, stimulus, data protection, and timekeeping. and there seems to be these recurring themes in terms of behavior. So maybe looking at it from that perspective could be helpful. And I do want to just take a quick moment to share that while I think overall as a community, no one likes to see their child get a discipline referral, but I want to make sure that we are very clear as a board, and feel free, board members, to weigh in on your own. And I'll just start with myself. My goal is not necessarily to reduce the number of discipline referrals. My goal is to see less disruptive behaviors. And there is a difference. If a kid is doing wrong at a low level, then it needs to be addressed. Hopefully with more awareness and more proactive information that actually reaches parents and connects with the kids. That'll get us on that track. But I just want to make sure that that's conveyed loud and clear, that this board member is not discouraging anybody from ignoring or not writing a kid up, so to speak, for not meeting expectations. So I just wanted to make that clear.
I agree 100% with you, Mrs. Thrower. I think it's important that we continue to support our staff and our students that are coming to school ready to learn every day.
Thank you, Board Member Conrad, and I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in on that, but authentic progress is what we're all about. Chair Campbell.
Vice Chair, I couldn't agree more. I've received emails, phone calls from staff that are frustrated when students act out and are disruptive and are cussing them out and all of that, and they get sent to the office and come back 5 minutes later. That's not my expectation, and I think that's what Vice Chair Thrower was just trying to allude to, that's not our expectation. Our expectation is that every student is going to be held accountable for every action every time, and we need to figure out how to make that work, and what the best honestly, I guess I'm a little more curious about PBIS and how we're using that as an effective strategy, or if that's not fully what we're doing, then what else evidence-based, research-based are we doing, and is there something else we need to be doing? I like the idea of a top 3. I like the idea of us tackling some specific issues and how we can just encourage students to make right decisions and encourage students to speak out whenever their fellow classmates aren't making those positive decisions, so we can get the learners who want to learn in the seats learning, and those who are wanting to be disruptive and not helpful being diverted and hopefully put back on the right path in another way.
Thank you, Chair Campbell. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
And that's why we really are working on the behavior prevention part of it. So what are we doing before those behaviors occur, and how can we help those students so that we don't see those behaviors, so that they can be successful? So Dr. Livingood's going to talk a little bit.
Okay, thank you. As you know, Dr. Gullett requested at the beginning of the year that we have a transition specialist, and we are very pleased with the work that he is doing. He was hired to work with students that are transitioning from our alternative learning sites back to our base schools, and he's doing a great job with that. He travels a lot, and he's staying very busy, but it's been an important work that he's doing. I also want to just highlight this slide. It's just a graphic. It's not of our students, but it's something that we have a social worker. Her name is Brittany Jenkins. She is piloting this program at Forest High School with Principal Lamar Rembert. And what she's doing is when the students have had some sort of suspension. It might be an out-of-school suspension, or maybe an alternative placement, or an expulsion with services. When they return, she is pulling the students together with a trusted group of adults, and they are having really in-depth conversations of how to behave or how to respond when certain situations arise. And so we're really excited about this work. We're looking forward to the results. But so I wanted just to jump in here and include this slide because I think it's going to lead to great things with all of our students. And now the mental health team will continue to share some of their preventions and solutions.
Dr. Livingood, before you step away, Board Member Conrad had.
Sorry, Ms. Conrad.
Okay, I just have a quick question, and it may not be able to be answered today, but I know this slide made me think of the group Cut Different that is working with some of the young men in our community. And I just wanted to ask, it's been brought to my attention at several schools that are working through mentorship and teachers that are partnering up to help minority females that are in the elementary level and moving into the middle school level. And there's a lack of support, it seems to be, in that transitional period. Do we have anything like that that I'm just not aware of, or are we working on building something for them, as we have also a female population that may have some economic and family struggles that we can help them as they move into being more independent, in the life of middle school?
Yes, we are Mrs. Shawana Hughes Sims. She is leading our mentorship group, working with the family engagement group, and she just rolled out 2 different mentorships that their audience is exactly who you stated. There's one of them is a girls group, and I'm not sure the name right now, but I can get that to you. And the other group is Elevate Marion, and that audience is focused on our middle school population. And many of our district officials are mentors for those students. And your other question, and I'm gonna let Ms. Steckman respond to the others, because we do have quite a few other outside agencies that work with counseling and mentorships.
Great, thank you very much.
And yes, we are always looking for partnerships when it comes to mentoring our students. We find that work extremely valuable. We do have partnership with Cut Different. We also have a partnership with Marion County Children's Alliance, and they also provide both that elementary and secondary mentoring programs. So we, like I said, we're always looking and seeking out those partnerships, and the more, the merrier. All right. So I will say before we dive into looking at tiered supports for mental health and the recent conversations that we're having, I would like to say that even though we're providing support to students, that does not preclude consequences. So it's not in lieu of. We are providing those supports, and they may be getting disciplinary consequences at the same time. I just want to make sure that's clear. But looking at our tiered support for mental health, starting with Tier 1 and knowing that that's something that's provided to all students. There's no criteria that has to be met in order for these students to receive this information and support. So we know with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, that requirement came to be in 2018, that we're looking at Tier 1 support for students. And then it was reinforced once again this past legislative session with the update to Amendment Rule 6A 1.094124. And what this rule states is that we really need to be purposeful about teaching conflict resolution and resiliency skills. And so that's something that we're working on with our programs that we already have established within the school system in ways that we can be proactive in teaching those students those skills. One of the resources that's provided to us from the Florida Department of Education is our toolkits. This is an example. This is a resiliency toolkit that they just built in the CPALM system. CPALMs is a platform. It's a resource for our teachers and our school-based personnel to know what the standards are and also ways in which to teach those standards. So this is an example of all of the efforts that the Florida Department of Education is taking to ensure that school districts are equipped with teaching this very important information to our students. And with that, I did say we do have programs in place here in Marion County Public Schools to provide that type of support. At the elementary level, we have Caring School Community. At the secondary level, we have Habitudes, and we also have a program called Save Promise Club. SAVE stands for Students Against Violence Everywhere. And so with those programs, we are reinforcing the skills of, in a nutshell, how do we get along with one another? How do we develop those empathy skills to know what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, especially within the school setting? So I like to highlight Save Promise. Like I said, it's Students Against Violence Everywhere, and the purpose of that is social inclusiveness and being mindful of students and their behaviors. See something, say something. It's very, very important to keep our schools safe. Any questions about those programs? All right. So I'm going to move on to our interventions. And like I said before, our school-based multidisciplinary teams, they are responsible for identifying students in need of further support. And as they meet as a team, they look at various areas of concern that they really want to target to provide that support and build those skills. I'm highlighting on this particular slide the areas that we see that touch on some disciplinary matters and ways that we can intervene early. So for example, looking at areas of self-regulation, aggression, anger management, and also social skill building. And those are all ways that we can, again, once the problem is identified, teach the skill and hopefully get to a point where they no longer need that support. Any questions about our interventions?
I do. Amanda, I was just wondering, at the top of each one of these, there's the BESS risk assessment, the index, which I gave for many years to my students throughout the year. I was just curious, what happens to that information at the end of each year? Because, as you know, and as research shows, we can identify students very young who are going to have struggles and potentially commit crimes or acts of violence as they move through their educational career. So I just wondered what happens to all that information that we collect each year as they move through their school.
That is a very good question. I will say that typically this assessment is provided twice a year, once in the fall and one time in the winter, spring time frame. So this information, once all of those assessment results come in, they're returned back to the school teams, the multidisciplinary teams, in a spreadsheet format. And they're listed by areas of risk that were indicated on that assessment. From there, those school-based teams are responsible for going through the list and really identifying some of these students that are flagged. Are they already receiving supports? If so, are they appropriate? And then if not, what are some things that we can do as a school team to provide those supports? All of that information is housed on a secure portal, and we have personnel within my division that communicates that to the school team. So as there are transitions, whether it be within our own school district from school to school, or even out of district within the state of Florida, we are required within 3 days to transfer all of that information. So it goes with the student. And I think that's very important. Those are lessons learned from Marjorie Stoneman of the lack of communication that we had prior to that. And now this allows us to be very purposeful of making sure that that information is known.
That is very good to know. And just for one more clarification, so when they leave middle school, it follows them to high school, and so it goes all the way through their school career.
Correct. It goes through their school career. It's housed in what we call Class B records within the cumulative record. So it stays within the public school district. Like I said, if they go out of district, it is shared out of district as part of Florida state law. But in regards to post-secondary afterwards, that stays within the file because they're considered Class B records.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Steckman, do receiving teachers have the opportunity to see this information ahead of time? I'm thinking as far as planning, you know, when a teacher gets a new class and they look at their rosters, and ideally teachers are talking to each other and saying, oh yeah, I've had junior and second grade and, you know, no particular behaviors, but, you know, others, something to keep in mind. I'm just wondering at the classroom level how this information is conveyed and how accessible it is for teachers so they can be prepared.
Absolutely. So teachers do have access to the Class B records within the cumulative folder that they can pull up through Skyward, OptiView, and I know that we're moving to a new file system, but they do have access to look up all that information. In addition to that, again, our division, we're very purposeful of making sure that our school-based teams, our multidisciplinary teams, are aware of the students that they are receiving as they make those transitions. So then the school teams would be responsible for that communication, especially if we have a kiddo that we've had years of succession of support and concerns. All of that is communicated in that manner.
Thank you, and I can see where it could be a little bit of a double-edged sword because kids can change over the years, and we certainly don't want to have a student be typecast as being of a certain expected behavior, especially if it's behaviors that we don't wish to see. However, forewarned is hopefully forearmed, and if a teacher knows about a student's triggers and things like that, then that will give them the opportunity to set up an environment, hopefully for success in their particular classroom. So I do see it from both sides, but in this day and age, again, speaking to the fact that, except for one in my research, so many people knew who these troubled kids were before a tragedy happened, that I don't know that there is another choice at this point. You know, people have to be informed, and the support has to go along with the child and the communication. You know, I'm seeing all these great programs and things that we're trying to do, and I guess what I'm trying to dig to is, okay, how do we bring this together and how do we bring it to the people that are going to be the best position to put all the preventions in place and the supports in place and access them and also teach the academics and everything else that's required these days, you know, to try to simplify everything and come up almost with a district-wide philosophy that, you know, this is who we are, this is what we expect, and this is what happens when you meet expectations, and this is what happens when you don't, and try to make it as clear cut within the individuality as possible. Because what I see is that in elementary, kids come in, most of them are pretty sweet. There's an opportunity to work with them. But the really severe behaviors are occurring younger and younger and younger. And then when they hit middle school, and all of a sudden they get a lot more freedom, they're able to move around more and everything and switch classes. A lot of them just aren't prepared. Yet we have so many kids that are very well prepared. And I would like to see a little bit more data too moving forward on, we have a plethora of discipline referrals. However, what do those numbers really mean? One student can skew a whole school because they are just really in crisis. And there's a community concern, what's happening in our schools. The kids are committing very serious behavior violations. Is this just rampant everywhere? It depends on who you talk to. I get out in the community a lot, and I was just with a family yesterday, and their daughters have done very well coming up through the ranks. There's a lot of kids just like them. But that doesn't mean that we can ignore, and I'm not saying that we are. I think we're becoming more and more proactive and more successful in identifying kids that are really, really in need more quickly, and at least getting them out of a school situation where they can get more support. But we're not going to necessarily discipline and jail our way out of this. We have to take care of those serious situations, and we have to do it fast, and we have to be quick, and we have to be direct. We're not accepting that here. We have gem teachers that somehow are able, either through credibility, years of credibility, through families, they know what that teacher expects, that teacher doesn't play, however you want to say it. They're able to successfully educate kids. And then we have a lot of other situations where, for whatever reason, that is a big struggle. And so if we can do it singularly, then there must be a way to do it more globally. Not just certain classrooms, but all classrooms, that's whole school, and then across all of our schools. It's like, what are we going to stand for here?
Right, absolutely. And I think with our continued partnership of looking at both the behavior, the consequence side, and also our proactive side, that's our goal as we look at what's the balance. How do we support our students, give them the skills that they need, but also hold them accountable?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Vice Chair. I just wanted to make 2 points. I agree with all of your sentiments. And so for what I know and what I studied in my dissertation was that teachers who build relationships with students have immediate success. And so yes, the data should follow the student, I believe, because knowledge is power. But when a student shows up at our door for the first day of school and we've reviewed that previous information, I believe that we go into that with a knowledge of who this human has been previously and a way to best approach them going forward. Not necessarily with preconceived ideas of how they will behave in our classroom, but rather just a history of how they've behaved previously. But through lengthy data collection, I discovered that teachers who greet students at the door by name and ask them about what they've done in their private life. How was their basketball game? What did they do this weekend? Teachers who take that time to invest in a relationship with students see higher discipline, higher achievement on state assessments and lower discipline occurrences in their classroom. The data proves it. And so for me, it's about taking that time to build that relationship because that's how we see the most success. I want to just touch on one thing because there has been narrative in our community historically about SEL. Most recently, I think many of us heard that term during our campaign. And so I just want to touch on that real quick to clarify. SEL is one of our items circled here, and I spoke often during the campaign about what SEL isn't and what it is, and there's a lot of misconceptions in the community. So would you be able to just speak for just a very brief second about what it is and what it is not so that we can clarify for those that may be tuning in?
Absolutely. So social emotional learning is being purposeful about teaching those skills. If I can back up actually to the resiliency slide, it's just that right there. SEL is conflict resolution. It's developing empathy skills. It's learning how to get along with others, being respectful, even if we have different ideas, how to respectfully disagree. So that's what SEL is. SEL is not, it's not critical race theory, which I've heard that many times before. There's that misconception that they're one and the same. They are not. And it's not teaching sexuality. I've heard that as well. It's really, like, I go back to what this slide is indicating, and that is teaching each other just how to get along, which unfortunately that doesn't always happen naturally. So it's being very purposeful and having the intent to teach those skills.
Thank you for taking that time to clarify that, because there is miscommunication or misunderstanding in our community about what it is. And I've always explained it to people as when you're walking in the hallway door and someone bumps into you, there's two ways to handle that. You either handle it with aggression and you say, "Why are you bumping into me?" Or you say, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." And so it's about teaching children the skill set about how to handle that interaction, which is an organic interaction that is just something that happened because there's hundreds of kids walking through a hallway and a doorway. And so giving children the skill set to be successful in that interaction. So thank you for taking the time to clarify that.
Absolutely.
I have a clarifying question too. Amanda, looking at all the interventions that we're doing and looking at the numbers of incidences that we have in our schools, am I correct that our ESSER dollars are covering a lot of these new positions?
So our mental health assistance allocation is responsible for funding the purchase of these interventions, but also funding positions, our mental health providers, school-based. So those include our school counselors, our school social workers, and our school psychologists. And the idea is we want more direct time with students, with those professionals, so they can prevent some of these discipline trends that we're seeing.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Campbell, are you good?
I have lots of questions, but I'm trying to follow along and seeing which slide she's on, and I don't know if we need to save all my questions till the end or not, but there's Vice Chair Thrower, you nailed it on the head so well in everything that you said. Yeah, we're focusing a lot on the interventions, it seems like, after the fact, and I want to hear more about our proactive district level approach that we're going to be that we are working on implementing at every level, and it's going to be a proactive district level where district leaders are supporting our classroom management practices and the collaboration that needs to be happening among all of the departments and all of that, and the proactive approach. Because to your point, we certainly are not going to be able to arrest or expel our way out of our discipline problems that we're having. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to follow along to see which slide she's on and if we need to address some of those questions at the end.
Thank you, Chair Campbell. We're on slide 18, I believe. And yes, in terms of proaction, I am very grateful as a board member, and behavior is always something I've been very interested in. Dr. Gullett and the district, we have now homeschool liaisons, we have now transition specialists, we have adjusted social work assistants, and their title is now attendance specialist. We have the guidance counselors, we have deans, we have behavior specialists, we have behavior techs, we have, psychologists and social workers. So there's this whole network of very dedicated people that want to support. And so as we continue to move forward and as we continue to communicate our ultimate goal, my vision is to be able to see that as much direct support as it takes going into our schools in the day-to-day, because you really don't get any street cred unless you're there. And we have a golden opportunity. And thank you to Dr. Gullett for your foresight and vision in this, to build up this network of support and then get it out there. And school one's needs are going to be very different than school two's. So that drives the plan, doesn't it? And planning is key. It's great to have all of this, but how do we help our schools wrap their arms around all of this and bring it in and thread it in across the whole day? It's just not acceptable to say good morning to a student and be cursed and let them walk on by. That's where it begins. And that takes me back to, what are we going to accept in our schools? Sure, if that's what kids do at home, they may take some reminders in the beginning, but kids, when they want something, just like the rest of us, and we want to be in an environment, we sharpen up pretty quick. and it doesn't take a whole lot. So anyway, these are just the thoughts that I'm having as we're moving forward through this, because for many, many years, we just didn't have enough help. We didn't have any money. We were in the middle of the Great Recession. It affected our schools terribly. We were on a thread. Well, now we have the funding referendum, we have stimulus dollars, we have all of these resources. And if we can push those into the schools and really just set the bar for a culture moving forward, including our transportation, then I think a lot of our recruitment and especially retention is going to begin to take care of itself. I don't think we can pay people out of this either. And we've learned that lesson in certain schools. So, moving right along. Thank you for indulging me.
Absolutely. I did want to point out again that our threat assessment teams are synonymous with our multidisciplinary teams. And so part of the requirement from the Florida Department of Education is that we document that we are meeting as threat assessment teams and not only identifying those youth, saying, yes, they posed a threat, but what are we doing about it? What's the management piece of it? And so this is the documentation that our school multidisciplinary teams are required to complete every time that they meet. So if there was a threat assessment that was completed within that time frame between meetings, then all of the students that had a completed threat assessment, they would be indicated on this form that you see before you. We did have a recent audit last week from the Florida Department of Education, from the Office of Safe Schools. And I will say that based on all of our efforts that in regards to threat management and all of our documentation, we did receive an exemplar audit. So I just wanted to point that out as well, that our school teams are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Great, thank you.
And then finally, I wanted to talk about...
Wait, I'm sorry, can I actually was at one of the schools where the DOE showed up. I was curious to know, is it possible for you to tell us all of the schools that they did a spot check on, or just was it the one school I happened to be in that day? I was just curious because the school I was in, absolutely, I could say check marks would be wonderful, and I'm sure that they passed with flying colors. I just was curious to know if the DOE happened to do a spot check of some of our other schools that might be struggling.
So there were 3 spot checks, and unfortunately, I can't tell you off the top of my head who they were. I can definitely get that information for you. But there were 3 school visits for that audit, all surprise visits, so they were not anticipating the visit.
Did you get all that?
Okay, yes, if you could get us those schools, I know one specifically because I happened to be there and met the person from DOE, but if you could let all of the board members know what 3 schools passed with exemplary colors, because it may, while that is a wonderful representation of what the district may look like, it may actually not be. It may be a great example that we have 3 exemplar schools and probably many, many more, but I am grateful that we passed with flying colors, but if they had popped into other schools, I'm curious to know what it could have looked like. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll definitely get that information for you. And I will say that our office is continuing to spot check schools. So I don't want anyone to believe that schools are operating and there's no one looking to ensure that this is all being done with fidelity and being done consistently. We do have personnel in our division that does just that to ensure that we are documenting what we need to document and track what we need to track, and then we provide feedback if we are not on par.
Thank you.
So looking at Tier 3 support for our students, but also our district as well when it comes to mental health, we have what's called a district multidisciplinary team. So it's based off of the same framework that you see at the school sites. We have various members from departments within the district to represent on this team. And this really, I think, talks about what you all were discussing, and that's ways that we can continue to communicate and collaborate together for the benefit of our schools and our students. With that, we're there as a resource for school-based teams to refer students to if they've exhausted their resources and they've run into barriers. Then they can bring a student up for discussion for this team to escalate it and look at maybe there's some other resources that they haven't thought of or things that we can access at the district level. We also problem solve trends and barriers that we see district-wide. So as we do track the data that we shared with you today, we discuss as a group, what are some things that we see, like what are our top 3? What are ways that we can address this as a team? And again, check to see that it's being effective. One of the solutions that came from that district multidisciplinary team is a return to base notification. So we have students, as you know, who have been alternatively placed, expelled from school, and we want to do our best effort on notifying those schools of those students' return, but also what supports are we putting in place for those students? For example, was there a safety plan that needs to be considered as they return to school? What interventions or what supports do we need to put in place for those students? So from there, we are communicating through our office to the multidisciplinary teams, those that are responsible for threat management and support, who those students are, when to anticipate them to return to their campus, and then that would indicate to the team, let's prepare, let's discuss ways that we can be ready for the student's return. Any questions about that?
Sorry, I want to go back one slide to, I missed 21. Under your district members and the SRO supervisors, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Every school I visit, they share what an important role the SRO makes in the relationship that they build with the kids daily. They have, they know the kids, they check in with the kids, and that's just a portion of what's going on and helping those kids succeed. But I did want to draw attention to that because it's been universal in Marion County that they're having a positive effect on what's going on in our classrooms, which I think is very exciting. An effect that I didn't anticipate we would have. So I just wanted to thank them for that.
Thank you for saying that, because we have been working very hard on having that positive partnership with our school teams and our school SROs. And as we've had a couple of years now with them on campus, I feel like that partnership, that relationship has grown. So I appreciate that feedback.
Thank you, Board Member Conrad. Yes, we are always appreciative of our relationship with our SROs. Schools are part of our community, and the community is part of our schools. So I have just a quick question on when a student is going transition planning back from an alternative site, how granular does that really go? This speaks back to my previous comment about there just seems to be certain teachers that have that ability to build relationships very quickly. When it comes to scheduling, that can really make a big difference in terms of making or breaking a student's successful return. So that is my question. How granular is the transition planning?
I will say for the purpose of notifying the multidisciplinary team, that is very new. So I wouldn't be able to give you details as far as how far that goes at this point. But the idea is to have that plan for safety. So for example, if the student previously had a conflict with another student on campus, the expectation would be to think through scheduling, like you said, and making sure that that's not an issue moving forward. I don't know if Dr. Livingood or Dr. Alday.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Deckman. Yes, so in that return to base IEP meeting, and if it's not an ESC student, the same procedures take place, but the committee comes together and ensures that all of these supports are back in place. Sometimes because of the scheduling needs based on, I'm speaking to secondary now, based on proficiency levels, they are most of the time scheduled back into the same classes. But if it is a conflict, like Ms. Steckman said, there is work to be done to adjust that scheduling need as much as possible. But other things that we do quite frequently is we put in place like such things as a check-in, check-out. And that is a simple adult that would just check in with that student when they get to school on camp, when they get there that morning, just to say, hi, how are you? Let's have a great day. And then the same procedure in the afternoon. So those small levels of support can make a big difference when they're returning from an alternative site. Or even if they were at Marion Virtual School and just were away from the campus for 45 days to a semester.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because although they have earned their reputation, it doesn't mean they can't change it. And
we do remind the student that this is a fresh start and you do have a clean slate. But we do, if they come back, we usually review the behavior contract with them from our district behavior contract, and we just remind them of what a level 2 offense is, what a level 3, 4 is. And that's not a threatening manner, but that is just to remind that student and the parent of the school-wide expectations that the student needs to follow, because they might have missed the beginning days when we did, like Dr. James mentioned, when we do go over the code of conduct page by page, or usually it's by section. Dr. James, did you have a question?
I was just going to touch on the behavior contract. And in my experience, I think the most important part was, again, not in a threatening manner, but outlining these are behaviors that constitute a level 2, and you may, in your private life, do them on a regular basis. Maybe use vulgarity in a loud manner in a public space. But in our school setting, at lunch, that's going to constitute a level 2 or level 3 offense. And so I think it's about just having that authentic conversation and allowing them to build that relationship with an adult that's going to support them, but also show them the line and say, this is the expectation, this is the boundary, you cannot cross this boundary, these will be the consequences if that boundary is crossed. And having that transparent conversation with the guardian or the parent or the grandparent, whoever it is in their life, so that there isn't this surprise if, God forbid, we tread from the path again and make a poor choice.
yes, thank you. And I think of Board Member Cummings, you always say that every kid starts with an A.
Yep.
Every year.
Every year they get a fresh new start, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, I do have a couple of questions. I don't know if we're doing questions now.
Oh, yes, we've sort of been asking them along the way, so, yep, absolutely. Go ahead, Chair.
Okay, my first question to the team is PBIS what we are doing that's data-based and that's our plan? Is that what we're doing or what we're using?
Ms. Steckman,
On the whole.
respond. Go ahead.
So I know school-wide behavior expectations is what's supported. It's a matter of what tool is utilized to enforce that. So PBIS does have that framework. We do have within our department, Candace Scott leads PBIS as a point of contact. She trains school teams and she provides that support. But I will say overall, the expectation is to have a tier 1 school-wide framework. So whether you call that PBIS or whether you call that just what we do, that's the expectation.
Okay, great. So then there is a district level employee that is in charge of PBIS. I guess I'm interested, maybe perhaps curious as to why she wasn't a part of this today, if that in fact is a part of our strategy. Nevertheless, is there a way that even the board or a board member could be assigned or to assist with the annual review of this, perhaps?
I'm going to turn this over to Yvette Del-Nodal. I believe she'd be able to provide an answer to that.
Good morning. I imagine we can. That would be great. Currently, Ms. Scott is our district contact, so she works closely with, we have a project for a couple of our schools, and she works closely to just provide that support to the schools, to provide just those resources to serve as a consultant and a guide. So I would imagine if a school board member would like to have that information, we'd be happy to share.
Okay, so if there was a way potentially for a school board member to be a part of the next meeting or whatever, I think that would be great. My final question is kind of a bit more of a global question, I guess you could say. Do we ever just look at all of this behavior data the same way we look at academic data? And I'm going to use this as a generalized thought to say, when it's an academic and we know that we're missing literacy skills or they're missing phonics, then we're having intervention in that particular area, and we know exactly what that is. And yes, we've talked a lot about interventions today, but my question is, if behavior data is showing certain things, at what point do we analyze, maybe globally or even individually, what skills are missing in that individual student or those students? And then how are we teaching or reteaching those skills to those students? And I know we can talk globally about SEL and we can talk globally about some of the things that we're trying to do, but when are we actually getting to targeted looking at behavior data just like we look at academic data, and how we want to obviously get students on that proficiency level, and how do we consider students proficient in their behavior?
Yes, ma'am. So just like our academic data, like you stated, is our behavior data is also provided to all of our school administrators, and our principals are in charge of looking through that data and working with their area superintendent to problem solve, just as they would the academic side. All of our, like right now we use Performance Matters. Eventually we'll move into our new exciting data dashboard, and these data points are available to all of them. What happens at that point is then they can see which offenses they're, which is trending high on their campus. And then what most principals will then do is they will go on their morning show or they will go on their intercom and they will say to the students, look, this is what we're seeing this week or this month. And these are areas that we need to improve. They also have groups in place, and they're with that guidance counselors lead that focus on those tier 2 behaviors that they are seeing. It might be a disruption that might be the trend that happened in the classroom, so that they might pull in a group of students and a guidance counselor will work with those students. But Ms. Steckman will speak to how the MDT process helps with those focus groups once the principal and the area superintendent have identified those concerns at the school level.
Okay, great. I appreciate that we're certainly doing it a little more globally, announcements over the intercom and so forth. Just ensuring that, you know, our teachers have the resources, that our district support can come in. And I think whenever we see a symptom, obviously behavior is like a symptom of something else. There's an underlying something that's causing whatever that behavior is. And I know there's been examples in the past of expulsion packets I've seen where I know I called the team a couple of years ago and said, what happens to this kid every year in November? Because the kid had something every year in November that was just exorbitant behavior. I don't know the answer to that, but those are the kinds of things I'm asking to say, okay, this is a symptom. Your behavior that you're exhibiting is a symptom of something else. And at what point are we trying to reteach those behaviors? And you don't have to continue that answer, but that's just my thought process. And the last statement I'll make is a statement that I continue to make, that I am very much in favor of us having very real conversation about a district level alternative to our alternative placement right now, because we continue to have alternative placement that is a third party that is taking our kids. And I appreciate the work that they're doing, and I appreciate that being an alternative for us, that we contract out with 2 providers for that. However, I'm completely convinced the more we keep our kids inside Marion County Public Schools, that we can focus on redirecting them even better than they are being redirected now. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
And I would like to speak to that framework and providing that support early on for those students when it comes to behaviors. So in relation to academics, if you think about the assessments that's frequently done at our schools, whether they are district assessments or statewide assessments, that assessment data is utilized to identify students in need of further support. And you can think on the behavior side of that, the BEST data, the behavioral emotional screening system data, serves that same purpose on the behavior side. Along with that, because we don't like to look just at one data source, we do look at office discipline referral data. We also look at absences. We look at a multitude of things to determine why is there a deficit and what supports can we put in place now that we've identified that deficit. All of that is tracked through our multidisciplinary teams. They're the ones that are determining what skill deficit is actually present, and then what interventions align best to teach those skills. So all of that, once again, is tracked through our multidisciplinary teams. It mirrors the multi-tiered system of support process that you see on the academic side of the house.
Go ahead, Board Member Collins.
I've been looking very hard through this presentation. And I appreciate everything that you guys are sharing with us on this morning. However, there's one component that I'm not seeing, and I only see it mentioned one time, even in this whole presentation, and that's on page 13, on slide 13, and it's the parent. I don't see where the parent is involved in the MDST, the MDT teams. If we're going to have real movement on helping kids, there has to be a parental component in this, and I'm not seeing it. If we're just talking at the kid, and what we're doing at the school doesn't transcend to the home, then we're still going to have the same problem, because it has to be reinforced at some other areas of that kid's life. So maybe I'm missing it, but I'm not seeing it in what you guys are saying this morning.
In regards to parent communication for the interventions that are put in place for students, that is the expectation. There's notification that goes home to the parent. There should be an associated phone call, conference with the parent to say, this is what we identified for your child. And then also, as the interventions take place, what are ways that you can reinforce those skills at home as well? So that communication goes out to both the teacher and the parent as well, because as we know, learning skills in isolation in a small group is all well and good, but the purpose is to generalize those skills through multiple areas.
Do we ever bring the parent to the table as well to help in this? That's my question. If we just send it to them and saying this is what we've come up with, and this is what we're expecting you to do at home, to me that's kind of as you're writing a prescription without necessarily knowing all the symptoms. So that's what I'm asking.
We do have what's called a referral form to the multidisciplinary team that's required to discuss supports for that student. There's a staff referral form and there is a parent referral form. That is the parent's opportunity to provide input to the team. For example, does the child have diagnoses in place? Are there behaviors at home that you've noticed as a parent that maybe we weren't aware of here at school? So all of those are all of that is considered when the team meets and discusses the students' supports. I will say that when we get to what we call Tier 3, that highest level of support, the parent does become more involved. When we're talking about Tier 2, that's groups of students that we've recognized having deficits, and so we're putting those immediate supports in place as soon as we can. But as we continue to see students struggle at that Tier 3 level, parents become a bigger part of that conversation.
And I would add to that, so the parent partnerships, Ms. Steckman has participated in many of those, actually, I think almost all of them, to be able to provide some of the information about our mental health plan. When we present our mental health plan in April, maybe, in the future, you'll see that that's also one of our goals on the plan, is to make sure that the parents understand what are the supports that we have to offer the students.
Thank you, Ms. Del Nadal. Dr. James, did you have something?
Nope, I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
I did just have one other question, which I think has come up before. If PBIS is really a district program that most of our schools are participating in, how is that funded? How are we providing support to our schools for those activities and rewards? Because I find when I visit schools, some have a big closet filled with stuffed animals, games, and everything else. And at other schools, they have little tickets where they just can say, okay, well, you get to take your shoes off today. Or they don't have the same, it's not equitable across the district. And so how are we funding that and providing resources to our schools and into each individual classrooms?
And I believe that is school-based decision and school-based resources.
Okay.
And probably some schools are more, that question is as varied as the kids themselves, because some kids also respond very well to certain reinforcers, and others, they could care less about that. So, but finding a team of dedicated people within the school, business partners sometimes help with providing different things like that, and then some of the things, of course, are free. If kids really like to dance, having that be an opportunity for a school-wide choice. I've seen it done in so many ways. You guys have a big task, a huge task all the time, because what we're really looking at is kids need to know the rules of engagement. If you're going to engage in school and be successfully, they deserve to know what the expectations are, and, helping them build a repertoire of socially acceptable behaviors in a school setting, and then holding them accountable for demonstrating, those behaviors. Obviously, that takes practice. It continues to be interesting to me that we have to involve the parents. We have to involve the parents from Tier 1 at the very, very beginning. And we pray and we encourage parents to really back that up at home. I'm thinking about something the other day when I was getting passionate about a situation, and you shared, Board Member Conrad, that, we don't have that control of what goes on at home. We can certainly advocate. We can certainly try to influence. We can certainly, share the benefits. But whether parents choose to participate or not, or whether the behaviors that a kid needs to survive in their neighborhood can be very different, wildly different, than the behaviors that will help them survive and be very successful in school. But kids can learn that. Having worked with the lowest functioning students that had a lot of trouble with some pretty basic things, they were able to do those basic things at home and without consequence, because home is home, but school is school, and they learn to differentiate and discriminate those environments. When I'm at school, it's this. When I'm home, it's this. And it's always interesting to me to see kids at church, that I know might not have the best reputations in school, but they're right there in the front, and maybe it's because the people they're surrounded with, and the expectations of that environment, that they're not misbehaving there. And it continues to mystify me of how this happened, that suddenly schools over time, not suddenly, I'm sure it was a gradual thing, that the behaviors that we tolerate, how it got to this point, because it's so dangerous, so unsafe to misbehave on a bus anymore. We don't just have country roads. People are hitting people left and right all the time, all day. Drivers have to focus on the road, and they shouldn't have to have 3 or 4 aides on the bus to make the kids behave, in my opinion. The same thing at school. It's just setting those expectations, getting the parents involved. Most parents, in the end, really want their kids to be successful and do well. And while their best might not be the measure of someone else's best, they're likely going to do what they can if they're brought in early. And we'll see better outcomes. So, I'm certainly continue to be committed as a school board member and a longtime employee to whatever resources you guys need, whatever backup you need, whatever needs to be written into the code of student conduct, whatever type of communication, maybe it's moving past, going through each page. Maybe it's, videos like you were talking about, Dr. James, of, kids actually engaging in examples of behaviors. There's all kinds of creative ways to come up with that stuff. But I'm more than ready, to expect more of kids so that they can get the education that they so desperately need, and to keep all of the staff that we so desperately need. And we do have a golden opportunity. We finally have some resources, So whatever it takes to coordinate that, put it all together, get it to the schools, let's do it. Because you guys are tasked with a ton.
We have a very passionate team, and so we appreciate your support to continue that work.
Thank you. Let's see, where are we?
Superintendent comments.
On the last.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. Thank you, board members. Thanks to the fantastic team here representing so many wonderful employees that we have. A few comments that I wanted to finish this item with. I want to be really clear. I heard the board, and I could not agree more. We have a duty and a responsibility to provide a safe learning and working environment. Again, to reiterate what I said at the beginning, this is about providing some context to prevention. Does not eliminate consequences for providing a safe learning and working environment. That's essential that I reiterate that. Obviously, our vision is helping every student succeed. At the core of that is academic outcomes and performance, but that doesn't work in isolation outside of the need to provide students what they need emotionally and behaviorally as well to provide those conditions for optimum learning. So you also mentioned, one of the board members mentioned about the mentoring, and I wanted to reiterate that we're so grateful with our Public Education Foundation for providing the Take Stock in Children. But what was missing in our district was what happens before they get to 8th grade and through high school. We have to start earlier, and I know that we've talked about that. I've talked with board members about that before, but we'll provide that information again to you. Elevate was mentioned as well. Those are new programs we put in place just in this last year because that was missing. We know that those behaviors, as you mentioned, start early for most students. So I'm really excited about that. To the question earlier about alternative pathways and options, that is on the March 9th work session agenda. So you will see a proposal coming to you for consideration for what this looks like for our future. I will tell you that from my seat, I think we need to look at some other options. So we will be bringing that forward on March 9th and what that entails. Finally, back to slide 13, you've just referenced some of the needs with parents and family engagement, which we've talked about in recent weeks. And so just want to call attention to this is just a high-level snapshot, and that's why it says community outreach. It's just a high-level snapshot of the outreach being done in our community at large. But it does not replace all of the work happening with parent conferences and those relational pieces that were mentioned earlier about the connection with the teacher, the things that happen informally day to day, and the parent involvement at the school is so important. And so this is just a snapshot of community outreach. Couldn't agree more. That's why it's another critical piece of our strategic plan. We must have engagement from our families for this to be successful. Can't do this work alone. So appreciate your feedback to our team and understanding this is a fluid process, but incredibly grateful for everybody. This is work. This is a lot of work for everyone, and it takes everybody's voice, everyone's commitment. Community need was mentioned earlier. This is a national issue. I mean, you saw with the Circuit 5, even just locally. This isn't just Marion County, and I think this is something that comes up every time I'm in a meeting with superintendents. You know, how do we wrap our arms around our community and provide support? I know Attorney Powers is shaking his head too. In Marion County, I mean, we want to save and protect every child and ensure that they're at school and they're safe and they're learning. So whatever we need to do, we need to do, and the work continues. But thank you, Board.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett, and thank you, my fellow board members and Chair, for a great beginning to this morning's work session. We are going to be taking a break here in just a minute from 11:35 till about 12:05. And when we resume, we will be discussing the school staffing plan ratios for 23-24 school year. Thank you again to all of you for everything that you do to support students. And with that, I'll ask for any public comment before we wrap up the first part of the morning. Okay, seeing none, we will go. Seeing none, we will go ahead and adjourn at 11:36 a.m. and we'll be back on about 12:05. Thank you.
person.
Good afternoon. We are resuming our work session at 12:08 p.m. and we will be moving directly into discussing school staffing plan ratios for 2023-2024 school year.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. So without further delay, I introduce Ms. Wantanisha Morant, our Executive Director for Human Resources, who is going to bring back some other options based on the board's discussion last time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Morant.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Good afternoon, Chair Campbell, Vice Chair Thrower, members of the board. I am back, as Dr. Gullett mentioned, to share version 2 of the draft staffing plan ratios for the 2023-2024 school year. Our goal today is to get the board's consensus on the staffing plan ratios so we're able to make any necessary changes to it and have it prepared for our February 14th board meeting. This will help ensure that we remain on schedule with our staffing timeline for the 2023-24 school year, as we know these ratios drive many other processes within the district. As I shared previously, Human Resources, along with the Chief Operations Officer, Chief Academic Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Director of School Choice, ESC Director, and an Area Superintendent, as well as an elementary, middle, and high school principal, made up the committee that developed the proposed staffing ratios. The committee met prior to winter break to review the current staffing plan, review staffing plans from other districts, and to establish a wish list. The committee was also tasked with going back to their respective areas to gather additional information and to then prioritize their needs. The committee met a second time after the break and created version 1 of the draft, which we previously shared, and the estimated cost of that initial draft was approximately $773,000. At the direction of the board at our last work session, we have revised the draft, which includes updating ratios for APs, guidance counselors, and guidance clerks to be the same across all levels, our elementary, middle, and high school. The total for these adjustments, including the previous draft, totals a little over $1.5 million. Please note that at that work session, there was also mention of the one-to-one kindergarten paras, which you'll notice is not included on the revised draft shared with you. These positions are paid out of referendum. There's ongoing discussion on these funds and the use of these funds, which will include discussion and consideration of additional kindergarten paras should the board have consensus for this request, and it will be shared by that committee at a later date. I would like to note that this proposal would add an additional approximately $2 million. In addition, there was a request for us to review the percentage when a paraprofessional or teacher may be considered based on an increase in student numbers above 50% of the recommended guideline down to 30% when discussing ESC. After speaking with the director of ESC, we're suggesting not moving forward with that. The current 50% increase will equate to an additional adult would be provided at 15 students in a class. In most situations, that would be 4 adults for 15 students. To decrease the threshold from 50% to 30% would provide an additional support at 12 students. However, the degree of support is often more dependent upon the individual student needs rather than just the numbers. When student needs are particularly challenging, an additional adult is provided well before that 50% overage is met. It is more important to base the need on the situation rather than the numbers. An additional note to remember is that there are positions funded from other funding sources that aren't included on the staffing plan, such as our cafeteria monitors, graduation facilitators, and homeschool liaisons. Prior to reviewing the staffing plan, I would like us to once again add emphasis to the note that you'll find at the bottom of each page, which states units may be added or removed based on the student needs, program changes, and/or enrollment changes. We realize that one size does not fit all and that schools may have individual needs, and so we have the opportunity for principals to request an additional unit based on their independent school needs. As a reminder, there is a plan to proactively add a float position to the budget for the 2023-24 school year to be able to readily address any needs. As we begin reviewing the staffing ratios, you will notice that the red font indicates the proposed changes from version 1, and purple font are the new changes for this revised version 2. I would like to also bring to your attention that we inadvertently mis-highlighting the yellow and proposed changes to the content area specialists on the elementary and middle schools. So if we're ready, we'll go ahead and begin reviewing with elementary. So,
I just wanted,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I wanted to acknowledge your comment about the 50% mark on the ESE, which is the first page of the document. Can we stress then to teachers, principals, that unit allocation request form would be the form they would use if they feel like they need that additional allocation? Would that be their appropriate next step?
So for ESC pairs, and I'll look to Ms. Kidwell to confirm that they contact her directly for ESC. Okay.
Yes, we frequently have classes going over that 9 staffing allocation, 9 students, and if there are particularly needy students, challenging students in those classes, the principals reach out and we go ahead and allocate an ESE special needs para, and we don't require them to reach that 50% threshold for that. Oftentimes, some of those students also receive individual paras per the IEP process, so there's often more adults in there. But if they were to request an additional teaching unit, I believe then yes, they would follow through with that paperwork. But it's not required. They reach out via email to us and we provide for those paraprofessional needs as we're able.
Can you speak to how frequently we've then hit this 50% mark and a unit's been allocated in this last year?
Yes, in this last year, to my knowledge, none. No classrooms. We do have some high school classrooms that are high in number, and they were high last year also. We have had a great influx of students with special needs into Marion County since June of '22. And so we are, in our recommendations next week, going to be requesting some additional self-contained units as well as support facilitation units to serve those higher numbers. But as far as our self-contained, we have not, to my knowledge, a principal has not sought an additional unit, teaching unit in the middle of the year, because that would also require setting up classroom furniture, trying to find a teacher certified in special needs for special units, which can be difficult. But I think probably 5-6 times this year we have allocated an additional paraprofessional for self-contained units that had some particular needs.
Can I just make an offering then that instead of this statement, which we're not really using, could we just say that a para or additional teacher may be considered when principal makes requests to ESE department or something, so that it's a little bit more clear and streamlined as to how we're going about requesting those additional allocations? Because from what you said, it doesn't appear that we're really even meeting this threshold or following this remark.
They do reach out to the ESE department when their self-contained classes get inordinately large, and that could be 10 or 12 with some populations, 15 or 16 with others. And so that's the process we are currently using for paraprofessionals. I'm not familiar of with any principal that's reached out for a teaching unit, so I don't want to say they're not following that. It just hasn't been needed so far this year. Does that make sense?
Okay, I mean, that would be the offer that I make, is it
to revise the language.
I just don't think if we're not really doing, and also, is it really appropriate to have 15 or 16 self-contained students in one classroom? I know the answer to that question. That was kind of hypothetical, but.
No, and our specialized units don't get that high. Our self-contained VE classrooms are staffed. If you can see it here on the ESE staffing guidelines, those classrooms are staffed 16 to 18 for elementary, 18 to 20 for middle, 20 to 22 for high school. So those classrooms may get that high. Our more specialized units, to my knowledge, 1 teacher, 2 paras have not gotten to 15 or 16. No, ma'am. So it just depends on which self-contained we're talking about.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess to be transparent, I would just offer that maybe that's not necessarily the most appropriate statement to have on this paper, because it reflects something different than maybe what we're doing. That would be my suggestion.
I'm pretty sure I've captured what you said. So we will look at revising the statement to accurately reflect the process that's currently in place. Is that what I'm hearing?
If that's what the board agrees. I mean, I'm certainly just one person, so I would lend to my other board members and Dr. Gullett to provide insight if you have it. Otherwise, I'm just one voice of five, so certainly, take it as it is.
Board, Dr. Gullett? Chair Campbell? Okay. I will say that when it comes to the statement, anything that really clearly defines what we're trying to accomplish and what's happening in real time will be helpful. As far as the form that a school can fill out, where do they access that?
Yes, it's on our SharePoint, so on the intranet,
On
under the
SharePoint.
Human Resources,
Okay, yes, I'm familiar with
Resources page, and then there's a staffing plan tab there.
Okay, that would be great to have a statement, the form located on SharePoint in the tab. You would think that it would be easy to find, but I guess that's not always the case, or people are in a hurry and they don't find it at a glance, so then they just move on to the next thing. So anything we can do to make the process as user-friendly as possible is always a great step.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Any other questions, comments before we move to elementary? Okay, thank you so much. So with elementary, and really this goes across elementary, middle, and high, we discussed adding the ratios to ensure that they matched across each grade level. So you will see the AP ratios or the allocations have been adjusted. And with this adjustment, there would be no changes to the elementary level. So they would remain staffed as is. And the same thing when we move down to the content area specialists. However, when we go down to the counselors, with this proposed ratio, that would increase 16 across the board. And then if we look at the PE techs, that we have one school that would be impacted by adding the 1,000 or more with three teachers versus the 2. And then if you look at the next page, the changes to the ratios with the guidance clerk, that would equal one additional one additional clerk, and then we all already touched based on the 10 behavior techs that would just be there in case they are needed, and they will be allocated accordingly. Any questions with elementary? Thoughts, comments?
Dr. James?
Just full of comments. I know we had discussed ESE classroom substitute as a designation for Maplewood and Hillcrest, which Hillcrest, my understanding is Hillcrest staffing plan is like its own little piece of paper that's outside of one of these. So I haven't seen theirs to know exactly what theirs looks like. But Maplewood and Marion Oaks, which both have 10 plus self-contained units, is it true that essentially what we're having happen is when a para is subbing for a teacher and there's another para in the room, we're then having a hard time differentiating who's going to receive that teacher pay? Is that something that is happening? That's what I was told by principals.
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
I can ask one of the area supervisors.
I have a question. If that question
hasn't made its way to us.
Okay.
I'm asking that. Have you guys heard that? He's right there.
Are you ready for my question? Sorry.
Not quite, but
okay.
We'll get to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, we have heard that it's a struggle.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I would love to know how much that costs from a personnel standpoint. How much are we paying to match teacher pay in addition to paying the teacher to be out, if the cost variation would be cheaper for all of us to just staff a permanent ESE substitute at those 2 schools to help cover that basis so that we're then not, and we're also seeing this, battle is an aggressive word, but we're seeing two paraprofessionals battling over who's going to get the teacher pay because one para is subbing for the teacher and the other para is staffed in the room, but they are of the same non-instructional level. And so theoretically, they both should be afforded the same opportunity for that teacher pay that day. And so if there is a cost analysis done to show that just allocating another classroom sub position to those 2 schools or 3 schools to alleviate this pressure for this issue, then I would offer that solution should be something we look at.
And
I wasn't.
Go ahead, Chair Campbell.
Thank you. My question is about ESOL paras. So I see that ESOL paras at elementary level are 1 to 17. But is that, how are we designating that? Are we knowing that out of every 17 students in an elementary school that we are providing at least one ESOL para, 17 students that have English as a second language, that we are providing an ESOL para? Is that what that ratio means?
That's correct.
Did you hear that, Chair Campbell? That is correct. What you just asked is what's happening.
Okay. I want to make sure that is happening. I'm not entirely, well, perhaps the ratio needs to be smaller. I don't know. Just some conversations I've had with elementary administrators that they continue to have need for potentially additional ESOL paras. And so I guess I need to find out if their ratios are accurate. So thank you.
Thank you.
I had a few, I wasn't.
Right. I was going to say, yes, the ESE substitutes is what you were talking about.
Yes.
And I do have a little piece of information for you.
Okay.
Yes, in the past, Hillcrest, I think, was missing their assigned sub, but they do have one now, according to my understanding, so.
And I would offer that if this same issue of paras covering classrooms is occurring at Hillcrest, which is another, obviously, ESE, it's an ESE center, but it would be along the same lines as Maplewood and Marion Oaks, then we should afford an ESE sub to their site as well if this same issue is happening with paras covering teachers' classrooms. I'm going to stress one-to-one kindergarten paras. I know that you noted that is going to be referendum conversation versus this conversation, so I don't know if there will be a later date to discuss that, but I cannot stress there is, I always tell people when I'm queen, it won't be VPK, it'll be pre-K, and there will be no V, because all of our children need to be in our classrooms when they're 4, so that they can be best prepared for kindergarten. And until we can afford more opportunities for transportation and those kinds of things to close that gap, we're not going to be able to do that for our community. And this is a state and nationwide problem. But our kindergarten teachers have children who do not know how to wash their hands or zip their pants and tie their shoes, let alone know how to hold the book the right way. And they have students who are reading, all in the same classroom. And anyone who believes that a kindergarten para is not needed in every single kindergarten classroom should just go spend a day in a kindergarten classroom, an hour, a day, a week, and they would immediately understand just how important it is for kindergarten teachers to have paras. And so, again, maybe this isn't the place to have that conversation, but I would like to go on record to say that I believe wholeheartedly our kindergarten classrooms all need a paraprofessional. And then lastly, I know I had said this before, and I'm going to stress it again, that the behavior text should be ratio-based, based on how many unit allocations we're giving a school. So a school that has 1 or 2 units and a school that has 5 or 6 units should not have the same number of behavior texts. The need, I would imagine, is different. So we have schools that have, for instance, Lisa Dreer at Marion Oaks has 2 behavior techs and 1 behavior specialist, and she has 10 units. That's 1 behavior person for every 3.33 units. And at Spar Elementary, Ms. Johnson has 2 units and 2 adults. She has a tech and a specialist. That's great, and that's her need, and that's meeting her need, but there has to be some level of ratio, in my opinion, to make sure that we are closing the gap for the schools that have the higher number of units, more so than we are right now, because they have a need that's pretty significant as well.
Thank you, Dr. James. Board Member Conrad?
Yes, I want to reiterate what Dr. James says. I am in full support of kindergarten assistance in all of our classroom. Really, every single piece of research that you read about development and getting our children on grade level supports the fact that we need to do it before they get to third grade. And our best chance of bridging that gap is as early as we can reach them, whether it's 4 or 5 years old. And as a former kindergarten teacher, I will just share that her examples are exactly correct. And the rigor of the kindergarten curriculum, I think the community would be surprised at what we're asking our kindergartners to do. Not only to button their pants and to learn how to get along, but we're also asking them to read and to write sentences. And so the research supports that we need to get to these students as soon as possible, so I am in full support to further that discussion. Another point I wanted to make is I'm excited to see the support addition of school counselors. Unfortunately, I find that our school counselors are required to do a lot of paperwork. And so my vision from our last presentation about mental health, I find that our counselors are tied up in a lot of paperwork and assessments and testing themselves. So I'm excited to see that we are adding counselors to our elementary schools, and I think that's great. Thank you for helping us figure that out. Let's see. I think that's it for me. Thank you, Mrs. Morant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Conrad. Chair Campbell, anything else at the moment?
Nothing else at the moment, other than to say, I believe I heard Ms. Morant say that if we do the one-to-one kindergarten paras, that cost could be approximately $2 million, and that if we go with the entire plan, which is version 2, would be an additional 1.5 over the 773,000 that the original plan was proposed. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting numbers there, and I'm not saying I'm in disagreement with anything that's been said or with how we're moving forward. We have a lot more conversation as we move forward into different school levels. However, keep in mind, board, if we're adding, we have to figure out where we're subtracting. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Campbell. When it comes to the guidance counselors, I am in full support of bolstering those numbers. As government grows and government regulations grow, so does the amount of paperwork. And that is just the reality. When in a previous time, guidance counselors were simply able to do guidance without this just tremendous influx of paperwork requirements. We didn't need as many of them, but now to actually be able to help kids and get that time with kids, I just think that we have to acknowledge the reality of that situation. I also understand that for kindergarten para conversation, there are referendum, it's a different funding source. I will share from the classroom perspective that even when we had one-to-one paras to teachers for kindergartners, because of so many difficulties with hiring, a lot of times those kindergarten paras were getting pulled to cover other classes. So they really weren't able to provide the support that we intend and know we need them to be able to do in kindergarten settings on a day-to-day, very consistent basis. So as we're moving through all of this budgeting process, we have to acknowledge where we are now. And where we are now is in a pretty darn difficult situation when it comes to recruitment and retention and covering all of our bases so that we can get our kids educated. Hopefully there's going to be a time where we're going to move away from that and we'll be back at full employment, which will be that necessitate a different conversation. So I would encourage, each board member to keep in mind that, and I feel like we're doing a good job of that, of acknowledging the reality of the current situation and also doing all that we can to change that in the future so that we can have new conversation about, units and funding. Board Member Cummings, did you have anything?
No, this time.
Okay, all right.
I have one more.
Okay, Dr. James, and then,
I had asked a clarifying question the last time regarding interchanging non-instructional to instructional units. Were you able to do any further look into that?
So right now, we weren't doing that, but what we were saying is going forward, that's something we want to do. We do have a unit control meeting that's tentatively scheduled for Monday. That's going to be on the agenda as well as reviewing 3 additional requests that we have right now.
Because I believe, and just to confirm, what we did say was how this looks outside of a principal submitting a request to get an additional allocation. There are schools that will lose units based on the plan that we're presenting today. That school could do a unit allocation request form to get that unit back based and have data to support the need. But outside of that, we do have some school sites that possibly wouldn't be able to support their need for a dean, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And so that principal has shared with me that he would like to interchange those 2 non-instructional units for that instructional unit or support unit rather, so that he could still maximize his facility. So I just want to make sure that that's still going to be part of our focus to best meet our principals where they are with what they need on their campus.
Yeah, our big picture focus is to allow, I'm basically reiterating exactly what you said, our principals to be able to have as much, I don't want to say autonomy, but the ability to do what they deem is necessary to move their school in a positive way. So we're looking at all the ways to explore to ensure that happens, but then we also have to look on the other side, to make sure we're not displacing employees, and if we are, what that looks like, and to do that process right. So conversation, your suggestion, everything, your thoughts were definitely heard. We've had conversations about that before, and then our next unit control will be able to dig in even deeper to be able to come back with something solid to be able to share. I just don't want to, talk all over. I don't want to say too much and then have to pull it back.
Yeah. My last thing is, there are many elementary school counselors who are serving also as testing coordinators. Is that within the scope of their job description?
Without having it in front of me, I can't speak to that.
I want to ask because when I look at instructional support on this, one of the things indicated there is a testing facilitator. But I know that, again, many school sites are using counselors in that capacity. I want to ask/offer some of these schools that we're going to add an additional counselor to. I believe that school would certainly intend to use that person as a counselor that also shares responsibilities with testing. I would guess that would be what a principal may look forward to using them for. I just want to clarify that is an acceptable use. And if so, could we not put school counselor/testing facilitator for them to be able to post it as one or the other? Or is that not appropriate at all? Just a suggestion I'm thinking of.
So without having that job description in front of me and being intimately familiar with the school count, I don't want to say if that's within that job description. I don't know if any of the area soups may know just offhand, but I don't want to give incorrect information without having that in front of me.
James, are you kind of saying merge the 2 into one job description?
No, I'm not saying change the job description. I'm saying our school counselor allocation could be school counselor/testing coordinator, because
I hear what you're saying. So similar to how we have
because there are schools that are going to get 2 units now. There are schools that are going to get 2 guidance counselor units, and I just know that functionally, how many of them, when I meet with principals who have 2 guidance counselors right now, one of those guidance counselors is working with an AP to really share in that testing role. And so if that's how we're already doing it, kind of back to the ESE thing, right? If that's how we're already doing it and that's the practice we're in, is it not?
And it could fall under that other duties as assigned
Yeah.
portion on
Yeah.
every job description.
So I just don't know if in an effort to be more transparent, if it would make sense to include it as such. Because then, from a hiring perspective, to be a school counselor, you have to have a master's in school counselor or be out of field for the year, I think, right? Yes, Mr. Fraser is shaking his head. So, but if we posted it as a testing facilitator, that would not be the case. And we may struggle to find 16 people with 16 new people who are qualified guidance counselors, but may be able to find more individuals who would not have that guidance counselor qualification, but could have a even a master's in ed leadership and be working towards getting into our assistant principal pool, who want to become and serve in a testing facilitator position, so that school-based principal could decide whether they want to post the guidance counselor position, that second guidance counselor position, or if they want to post a testing facilitator position. Because I'm concerned that we will have guidance counselor positions sitting on our job board for a hot minute, because we may or may not have those individuals within our community or coming to our community to serve in that capacity. So if we make it something else, or an option for something else, we could potentially be more successful in filling the vacancy.
So what I'm hearing, you would want it, or your suggestion, it's almost mirroring it the way we have the instructional support, where they can select a content area specialist, testing facilitator, magna facilitator, student services manager for what best fits their needs. And then you're saying in the same line with the guidance counselor, they can choose a guidance counselor or a testing facilitator according to the ratios based on what they see would fit their needs at the school.
Everything past one. I would offer every school needs to have a guidance counselor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. Board Member James, so if I could, I don't know who's managing the slide, go back to slide 2. I think that's what Board Member James is referencing, so it might be helpful to see it on the screen. To clarify, you're looking at instructional support versus school counselor.
This conversation I'm having right now is about school counselor.
Middle school?
No, we're on elementary.
Elementary, slide 2.
Because we're adding 16 school counselors with this draft, which I absolutely support and love. I worry about filling those positions because of the requirement for certification to be a school counselor. So if we offered school sites flexibility in that job posting for that second unit, not meaning that you can't have a counselor, we have to have one, but in that secondary, we could potentially be more productive with filling the vacancy.
So instructional support always provides the broadest range of flexibility, right? And those roles don't necessarily require certain certifications, much like would be for school counselors. So I think what we would need to have from the board is clarity, because the team brought back additional school counselors, which was the request. If it's more instructional support, the question is that in lieu of the school counselors? Because the instructional support, as I understand it, you're saying, is accurate in terms of, I have a support staff member that may spend half the time in testing, may spend half the time in coaching, for example, right? And that flexibility varies from school to school and the time of year that it is, depending on the need, right? And that year to year, that changes as well. So if I understand correctly, I think, am I on the right?
Well, what I guess I'm asking is, can we give, if we're going to afford this second unit, can we say to the principal, can we say to Stacy Houston, you're going to get another school counselor. You can flex the school counselor for another instructional support position. Which would you prefer to fill? Is that something that, as a board, we're interested in doing? And if she feels that the mental health needs and the needs of the counseling on her school site are enough for a guidance counselor position, she can choose the guidance counselor position. But if she thinks that, in fact, she needs more support in instructional coaching, then that's how she can fill the position, and giving that leverage to the principal to make that decision. That's what I'm mentioning or suggesting.
Okay. I like the idea simply because of the place we're at recruitment. I think it gives us flexibility to get more support into our schools, because I agree, I think we're going to have trouble finding 16 guidance counselors. My vision would be a little bit different if they didn't choose a guidance counselor and it was a testing coordinator. I can certainly see a testing coordinator being more busy during different parts of the year, but I can also see them pulling small groups to work with our kids who need either behavior interventions or academic interventions. Still gives you another adult working to pull small groups in kind of a guidance sort of position without that degree, because all educators do that on a daily basis, even though they're not guidance counselors.
That's kind of what I'm speaking to.
I just think it allows us flexibility for the point that we are in and looking for people to come into education. I do have two things I wanted to add. Earlier, we discussed the pre-K numbers were not added to our total population. Have they been added?
Not that I know of.
Well, we discussed that they go to lunch, they go to art, they go to music, that they go to all aspects, but that number was not originally added into the total number of students at each school. So do we have an updated number on students per school? My understanding is everybody was in favor of that we all felt that was an important part of the student number. And I wondered if that changed as I looked at our elementary schools. It may bump some of them up to getting a second AP. So I didn't know where we were in that discussion.
Do you know if she's changing the numbers or planning to? So as of now, they have not been added to the numbers. That will impact the individual schools' staffing plan and what they're allocated, but it won't change our ratios today. It'll just change, instead of maybe adding 16 counselors, we may be adding 20 counselors.
Okay.
But we can still move forward. But if that is the consensus of the board, I'm sure the team can.
The reason I was reviewing that in my mind is that, we've had the discussion that a lot of the behavior issues we are having at schools are coming from our very young children. And so if this number, if we've got, is it 20 that are in our pre-K classes?
Yes.
It could potentially bump up a few of our schools to having a second AP in helping with dealing with those students. So I was just curious about that. The other statement I wanted to make is going back to the increase in expense if we add a kindergarten assistant. Along with reading and literacy research, every piece of research I have read says if we do not get our children on grade level by third grade, 83 to 85% of them will drop out of school. And so we are going to spend money one way or the other, getting our children where they need to be, hopefully being productive members of society. And I just want to reiterate that I think on the front end is where it's most beneficial.
Thank you, Board Member Conrad. Board Member Cummings.
Going back to what Dr. James and Board Member Conrad was just talking about with the kind of like the duality of those positions with the instructional support and the, I guess, school counselor roles kind of being, would there be some implications with collective bargaining with that? That would be my question. If you kind of intermingle them, would there be an issue under the collective bargaining agreement that we have with, because they fall under, I think, MEA.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes, and we would, if I'm hearing Dr. James and Mrs. Conrad correctly, the school or the principal would determine which position or how they want to fill that position. So they would then work within the realms of that JD. So even though you may have, the ratios may be different or the allocations at each school, the individual, whoever's hired as a counselor or hired as a test and facilitator, whichever they choose, they would still need to work within those job duties. And to your point, we wouldn't want to, if we say we really need a test and facilitator and not a social worker, or not a guidance counselor, we would not want them to be hired as a test and facilitator to get around the degree requirement and then actually having them working as a counselor. So yes, it would be important that we are utilizing them in the way that we hire them.
And Just for clarification, I'm not as familiar with the testing coordinator position, but as a guidance counselor, they have some additional days to the calendar where like from a normal educator. So there is that different, and the amount of days that they work is different.
And that's why I asked the question about the collective bargaining
Right.
aspect to that, to doing that.
Mark is in the back.
Chair Campbell, did you have anything?
The only statement that I'll make, since we are talking a bit about funding, whenever I reference that we have to, if we're adding, we have to cut somewhere, I'm not saying it needs to be cut from schools. I want to stress that. School staffing isn't the only thing we'll be looking at. This drives everything else. So perhaps it's at the district staffing level that we'll have to make cuts, but just understanding, I'm not necessarily saying it has to come from schools, but we can't continue to add without cutting somewhere else.
Thank you, Chair Campbell. Point well taken. I will say that when it comes to intervention, intervening later is very, very expensive. And being able to put our dollars and resources at the front end and being more proactive certainly feels more preferable to me. Through the years, I've been a pretty strong advocate for kindergarten pairs for all the reasons we've been discussing. However, that also then speaks to preparation for our paras. If we're going to have paras be utilized at their highest and best capability, then they need to have the development, in the reading interventions and all of the things that we have been asking them to do anyway, just because we've been in such a hiring crunch. And they are extraordinary and have certainly done the best they can. But if we were going to move in this direction, to me, that preparation would be absolutely key, which would probably result in more dollars being spent, because then they are going to need more time. So, and that doesn't mean that makes me opposed to it. What I'm pointing out is what it's going to take. If we're going to step off into this direction, let's do it right. And I want to speak just briefly on the guidance counselor and testing coordinators. Through the years, people pick up different duties as assigned, which is a very large umbrella. But if the reality year after year, it's very clear that guidance counselors are testing coordinators in a lot of schools and things like that. It's time to acknowledge that and plan accordingly and make sure the JD reflects it. That's where I am with that. Dr. Gullett, anything from your perspective at the moment?
No, I think we'll just need to recap at the end to make sure we've gathered.
Right. There's a lot of brain cells burning up here. And trying to get this right, and really appreciate the collaboration with you, Ms. Morant, and taking your time to speak with us and hear us as we work our way through this process. We all want it to be right.
I agree. And prior to moving to middle school, and this is, I guess, back to Dr. Gullett's point, do we want to come to consent, or you all come to consensus after each area, or do you want to wait to the end? I just want to ensure that I leave with clear directions of the board's desires.
Yes, I think that since elementary is so different than secondary, it really would make more sense to come to consensus on where we are currently with elementary, and then move on from there. Okay. I see nods.
What I've heard so far is keeping the ratios as is presented on version 2, with the addition of, for the school counselor, they are able to substitute that for a testing facilitator. So they can do a school counselor or testing facilitator, adding a permanent ESE sub allocation for Maplewood. And I did not catch the other school.
Marion Oaks.
Marion Oaks, okay.
And I want to just asterisk to say, if we move ESE units and put in Marion Oaks and Maplewood no longer, Marion Oaks has 10 and Maplewood has 20-ish, I think, as well as Hillcrest. If those units move, that allocation should follow where that hub is. Because my understanding is we have 3 main big hubs for ESE. We have Maplewood, Marion Oaks, and Hillcrest, who have our 10-plus units. No other school has more than 10 units than those 3. Is that correct? Ms. Kidwell is shaking her head. So
May
Better
I?
way to.
Board Member James, if we could pause for a moment on your point there. Ms. Kidwell, I hate to ask you, but could you come forward to address that? Because I think your recommendation about the need is where I want to make sure we go with the ratio. So if something changes, that it's based on student need. So Ms. Kidwell, could you provide some thought on what that might look like?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have all of my allocation or classroom numbers, but Marion Oaks, yes, and Maplewood do have the largest centers or concentration of self-contained classrooms, but all but 6 of our elementary schools have some self-contained units on their campuses, and that ranges from 1 unit at Sunrise all the way up to a Maplewood with 25 units on there. So every school is impacted by those units, but those schools that you mentioned have the most.
So I would just say that I don't know, we should put a name next to this. Like maybe it's one of those little doohickeys like on the ESE one that says schools with 10 or more self-contained units get allocated an ESE classroom sub or something. But I certainly wouldn't want to put names in rock and then we shift units and then have to revisit this conversation.
That would make more sense than naming schools, yes.
Yes, and then there's also the piece of need over numbers sometimes, although, Dr. Gullett?
Yeah, sorry. I was shaking my head because Ms. Kidwell, I don't know if you want to look at the matrices or the framework for students and perhaps dig a little deeper into that being part of the formula. Yes, I'm just thinking back to the ratio and identification of student need, because the need is not always the same per unit.
Yes, ma'am. So you're referring to that ratio of 9 students to teachers for most of our self-contained, look at that ratio, or?
More to the additional support. Instead
Okay.
of just saying a unit, perhaps there's a different way to represent a unit. What is the unit? Are we going to go off of a matrix? Are we going to go off a percentage? Are we going to go off of the resources needed to support those students, more to the student need rather than the allocation of a unit having a need?
Yes, ma'am. And we don't, when we project, we're dealing with units. Once the school year starts and we see who shows up, then we're dealing with students and know their needs. So at this stage, we project those students leaving to go to the next level. We look at all the feeder schools and determine which students will be coming up to a self-contained unit, and we really don't know. Some students, we know their individual needs might be outside of that window of average for that population, but at this point, we start with the numbers and then go from there. But that's what we use a lot of our special needs paras for, that are funded through the grant, for that additional support to individual students, groups that may be either larger in number or larger in need, depending on who shows up or transfers into the district at any particular school. So we like to use those grant resources to supplement the district's base resources provided. But we can definitely look at the recommendation of if that's what the board wants to do, for a permanent substitute for the sites that have a lot of those units.
And that is a great point. I will say that we don't know, what kids are going to come our way and which ones are going to leave, so it does need to be fluid. And when we talk about need, I think a lot of times people's heads go immediately to behavior. However, we have kids that have physical needs and medical needs that require very, very close supervision and low ratio. So speaking of the substitutes, though, I do think it is a great idea, because not only is it difficult to find substitutes for gen ed, but finding substitutes for ESE, and especially when you have nonverbal children and things like that, it's so important to have someone that really understands what they're getting into and has the ability to do it and the wanting to do it, and the comfort level with the kids and the principal having the comfort level with that substitute, that everything's going to be okay. So having someone that is a consistent person that the kids also know too would really be very helpful. I think it is a wonderful, wonderful idea. I think that is truly a best practice. So if we can help make that happen, keeping in mind that numbers are part of it certainly, but it's in the end it's the need and the services that the students require. I would say that some of our gets confused, a hub for ESC students with a lot of self-contained classrooms, but then we have other described hub units where it might only be 2 units, but they are very high level in need. Less numbers, but very high needs. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, let me just write that. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, in addition, so if we can go back to the school counselor and testing facilitator, did I get a consensus on that, or did you guys come to consensus there?
I think so.
Okay. And then the behavior text being ratio-based versus strictly needs-based for the additional?
From my perspective, I see that to be very similar to the ESE substitutes that, we know that the need is there. It's hard for me to imagine an elementary school that has that number of self-contained units not being able to utilize the support of additional behavior techs. That doesn't mean that a school with fewer self-contained units, depending on the needs of those kids, can do okay with less. I feel like we're sitting up here saying we need more and we need more and we need more, and all of the more costs money. We're looking at directing the support to our schools to hopefully improve student outcomes, improve academic outcomes, improve behavioral outcomes, improve retention, improve just the overall climate of our schools, and get out of this more or less what seems to be constant, especially over the last few years, of trying to just plug one hole and then plug another hole and then plug another hole, and whew, okay, we made it through that day, only 179 more to go.
And I think one thing that I know Dr. Gullett has mentioned to me previously is that taking a look at where we have unit allocations. Dr. Kidwell mentioned we have 1 unit at Sunrise. Does Sunrise also have a behavior tech and a specialist?
No, the unit at Sunrise is an IND, intellectually disabled unit, and so they do not always come equipped with behavior techs. The nature of the student is not, the behaviors generally are not to the level of those students with ASD or EBD.
So at Sunrise, there is no behavior tech or specialist?
There's no specialist, I know for sure, and we're short. Every school doesn't have a tech, so we try to send the techs as they're needed. But the behavior analysts serve the whole district, so if there's a particular or specific need that pops up, we do get behavior support there and try to address that with a plan or a point system or something. We don't just leave them to their own devices. We provide supports, but they're not all in-house, on-site.
Because I know we've had discussion before of doing a better job of trying to maximize our resources while giving the best supports to our students, and also not having them ride on a bus for an hour to get to their school site. And so it's a dynamic puzzle. But I can appreciate the point that, the high school I was most recently at had 4 intellectually delayed units, and very few behaviors came out of that room. That is not typically a group of students who's incredibly violent or aggressive. So not to say that if you have 4 units, you should get an additional behavior tech allocation just because. I think there's a portion of it that's need-based. I guess my point with that is just to make sure that if our principals feel comfortable doing that unit request, would that be a unit allocation request form, or would that just be a phone call to your office, Ms. Kidwell?
There are only 22 behavior techs employed by the district. Those are the maximum positions. 9 are paid from the IDEA grant, and 11, if I did my math right, may not have, are paid through district funds. So we have requested additional units, but there is only 22 right now. So they're assigned where the highest need is, and then we try to float as schools request. They reach out all the time, and we send, we can send somebody for a week or two, or our analyst will go out there and observe and see what needs to be done. So we serve all the schools to some capacity, but we have 22 tech bodies to assign.
So is a tech on a school staffing plan or on the district staffing plan under ESE?
I believe the district, I may be wrong, but I believe the district techs are on the school site, and the 9 or 10 ESE paid for with ESE funds are on our district staffing plan.
So I think then this is wrong. I hate to.
And I'd have to verify.
Well, I'm just.
That may.
This on page 2 of elementary says behavior tech ESE, 1 per school with self-contained ESE units. But then I think we just said that there are more than that many school sites with self-contained units. Is that what we just said?
Ms. Morant, I don't know if you can speak to this. I think Board Member James is referencing what's on the screen right now when it says behavior tech. Is that the site-based person that the principal's going to hire that's a permanent position there in addition to the district-based techs?
Yes, those. So those would be the district ones, speaking with Ms. Kidwell, and then she has 9 that she floats around.
So then if we have 22, we only have 13, I think is what it would be. 13 plus 9 is 22, right? 13, we only have 13 13 schools.
Right. So this is on the elementary staffing plan.
Mm-hmm. Just elementary.
Yes, but so we have less than 13 elementary schools with behavior techs?
There's 22 total behavior
That's what I'm
techs.
trying to get at.
Part of them are
I
funded
think that this is inaccurate. This statement on here is not reflective of how we're actually staffing it, is what I'm trying to get at, because we have a self-contained ESE unit at Sunrise. Is there a behavior tech staffed on her staffing plan for Sunrise?
As far as I know, I don't believe so. There's 1 IND classroom there, so that would not necessarily necessitate a behavior tech being assigned there full-time.
Correct. So then this statement is not reflective of what we're doing. And so in an effort to be transparent, I think the statement needs to be changed, because the way it reads is, if I was a principal and I looked at this, I would think that I'm supposed to get a behavior tech.
And there's only 13 and we have 35 elementary schools, correct?
But they don't all have self-contained units.
Right, but many of them do. How many do we have that have self-contained units total?
She said all but 6.
All but 6.
So the math ain't mathin'. So I would say that we need to change the language to be reflective of something different, because the way this is written looks like we're adding a whole lot of behavior techs to the district.
I agree. It's misleading.